Good morning, folks. This is your host, NCommander, and we are starting with another live stream. And hopefully the audio is good because, if I could explain the story of my life right now. Oh, boy. So, as you can see here, I've got the NeXTstation out. The machine that we have yet to actually do anything successful with on stream. But for once, I'm hoping that will not be the case. So, let me make sure. Yep, okay, chat can hear me. Unfortunately, I have to crane my head to look at chat, so it's a little hard. So we are currently here in the next boot ROM, so I'm just going to actually restart the machine. And we're going to start up cold, because I want to show exactly what's going on. And you may or may not be able to hear the hard drive spinning down and up. It is a very loud hard drive. Let me adjust my boot arm. So, the problem with this machine, sort of the reason I don't use it as often as I'd like, because I really love NeXTstep. This is one of my favorite ones. Is the built-in hard drive is a little bit too small to actually do anything. Let's see here. Okay. Like I said, just giving an the stream. Let's see here. What it really boils down to is that this has a 240 megabyte hard drive and 16 megabytes of RAM. As soon as we're done booting, I'll show you the system as it begins. Our goal for today, and let me say that failure is an option, is to replace the hard drive and then for the first time ever actually install the development tools because I haven't had enough disk space to do it. Every time I've tried to use this system to do anything, that 250 megabyte drive is a little bit too small. This machine I can't actually see the sticker. It's on the bottom. I believe this is a 1990 NeXTstation. It's one of the very first ones, complete with its fried CRT. And that would have been NeXTstep 2.0, but most applications for NeXTstep, even the Motorola 680XO ones, need NeXTstep 3.3, which is what I have installed, but there's like no free disk space. We'll get fully back in. Okay, so we're logged in as root, and the lack of color is a feature, not a bug. This machine predates NeXTstep, Next Computer supporting color. So, it is a SCSI hard drive. It is a Seagate 240 megabyte voice coil. Yep. So, and if you can probably see it on the real life cam, but I've got an external CD-ROM drive hooked up. So, now that we've got the drive in, or the system up, if I type df, you can see with just the base operating system installed, and that's right here, it's got 52% capacity. So the development tools require like 300 megabytes. Originally, the NeXTstation was a cut-down version of the NeXTcube, which would boot from a CDMO drive. I don't have a CDMO drive. We're running completely off hard drive. I'd like to be able to use this system for something nice. So I kind of want to see if we can get Neofetch going. Neofetch doesn't support NeXTstep, but this should be close enough. It should be okay. I mean, it's not actually the slowest thing we've ever tried to run on. If I run host info here, and I'm going to just minimize this console, you can see that we currently have NeXTMach 3.3. We have a Motorola 68040 processor running at a paltry 25 megahertz. This is not a fast machine, and NeXTstep actually makes it worse. And we have 16 megabytes of RAM. Next supported 32. I believe the system can actually go up to 64. It's 30-pin parity sims. I just keep forgetting to buy them, but 16 megabytes should be enough for what we're trying to do. But let me just show you how my morning started. There's two main problems with this machine. Is I can't actually run a period correct version of NeXTstep, like what this machine would have come with, because this machine cannot boot off its CD-ROM drive. It needs a boot floppy, and it doesn't take a normal boot floppy. NeXTstep 3.3 can run off a normal 1.4 megabyte drive disk. If I was to run NeXTstep 2, I need an extended density 2.8 megabyte floppy, which, you know, is a little hard to come by. Just saying. Just a little hard to come by. The largest problem with that is I went to write the boot disk this morning, and I have a USB to floppy disk adapter, and it goes click, 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 click. And it's like, oh no. And I'm about 45 minutes to stream time because let me tell you, my life this week has been a complete and total dumpster fire. Rebuilding this machine is actually part of the stuff that I am doing. If you've been following me on Fetty, you'll notice that I am pulling out a lot of machines and doing a lot of testing with them. So, really, it's been interesting. Getting this machine to a point where I could actually do something neat with it is very much on the list of things I need to do. But, I mean, I've actually... you know what? I'm going to show it on camera. I'm not drinking Diet Coke this stream. I've got a cup of coffee, which, when I drink coffee, and I don't think I've ever actually done it on stream, you know life has been interesting. Coffee. So yes, this is actually a coffee-powered stream. It is not a Diet Coke-powered stream. Unfortunately, it's not particularly good coffee, but it is coffee. So, where do we want to start with this? So, the other point that I want to get to is you may notice, and let me switch the camera view so you can see it. That was not the button I was looking for. Oh, why is it doing this to me today? That's external capture. There it is. So if I switch the view so you can just see the camera, you might notice that my external CD-ROM drive looks a little interesting. This is actually my hard drive enclosure with the SCSI CD-ROM drive plugged into it, and this does in fact work just fine. So it's a kind of annoying solution, but at least it works. So there's that. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to power down the system, and then let's get it open and get the hard drive swapped out. So shut down H now. And then this should begin its shutdown process. Now, hopefully, this all goes as planned. And also, hopefully, this coming week, I will finally have a video coming out. It's just going to be the POSIX stream real time. It has been 95% done for the last week and a half, and we are now in the system monitor, so I can power down. Oh, and that was the boot disk ejecting. Okay. So, now we gotta get the system open. Now, the microphone might be a little bit interesting during this part, but getting into this system is actually not that hard, unlike, I don't know, my Amiga, which is, the last time I took that Amiga apart was it was an interesting process. So, let's just move that to the side. And now, I just need, here it is, a screwdriver. So, let's get this open. And alright, that's the locking screw. You have to appreciate how easy it is to get these systems open. Now, let's make sure it's unplugged. And if we can just get the cover off. Come on. Oh, the floppy disk is keeping it in place. Okay. And there we have it. The inside of a NeXTstation. So, let's get the camera over, and I will show you what we have here. Okay, so pan down. So, inside a NeXTstation, we have the power supply, RAM slots. Again, it's just standard 30-pin. It's a little dusty in here, but I'm not going to worry about cleaning it out today. Over here, this empty slot is a DSP upgrade card. It's apparently incredibly rare, but it would increase the onboard DSP to 512 kilobytes, not megabytes, kilobytes of onboard memory. Then we have the main processor, which I believe, I'm not actually sure of that socket. That may actually be mounted down. The floppy drive, and the hard drive. And getting the hard drive out of the system is remarkably easy. And Seabass Apologist, thank you for the first donation of the stream at $20. The main reason I've been trying as hard as I can to stream, even though I haven't been able to do a lot of stream prep, is I said I was going to hit this goal or make a really good effort of it before the end of the year. So every little bit helps. We are almost there. So let's get this hard drive out. It's the NeXTstation ate my screwdriver. Let's try that again. It is hard to do this while on camera. I think it's why I don't generally work on like the hard. It's why I don't typically do hardware on camera, but I have to upgrade this machine and swap out this hard drive if I want to do anything with it. And I do have a project in mind that, wow, that hard drive is hot. Like, that is actually warm to the touch. All right, so let me get this unplugged. And I did take the hard drive out before the stream just to make sure I knew how to do it, because I don't think all of you would want to watch me accidentally like damage a machine while I'm struggling to do it live. And I am going to need both hands to do this. All right, come on. All right. And the heart, it just pops off like that. It is really that easy. Like, these machines are serviceable. So now we got to take off this bracket plate. And so what we do is we're just going to place this upside down. Let's get the cables off. And I am hoping the replacement drive. The replacement drive is actually from my set of Sun hard drives that I'm not using. It's a 2.1 gigabyte, which is ludicrously large for this machine. Like, a better period correct drive would be, I don't know, 500, 600 megabytes. Next step on this machine actually tops out around 2 gigs, so we may actually have some problems installing. I don't know. I've done it with the external, and this cable does not want to come loose. Okay, there it is. Because you can obviously install to an external SCSI hard drive. All right, Anonymous, thank you for the CHF. I feel like that's Swiss francs, but I don't actually know. So, all right. So now we get these 4 screws out. I mean, how often do you have the opportunity? Like, I don't really like upgrade. Like, I don't mind putting more memory in, but I really don't like making extensive changes to these machines. It's why, despite the amount of pain and suffering it causes, I don't use Gotex, because the floppy drive experience was very much a part of the 90s. And so using a Gotex very much gives you an inaccurate experience. Although I won't deny the convenience. I may break down and put a Gotex in my K-Pro, because dealing with CPM without one in 2022 kind of sucks. Alright, so that's that. You know what? I could probably sit down and do this. Like, I don't need to be standing over the camera. Okay. Alright. There's the lid. And I did recently replace the battery in this system, so it should be fine. Like, it's keeping its time and date, so I'm not worried about it leaking. It won't start without it. At least I don't believe it will start without it. Because this machine was a donation to the channel. It was donated by Mason. All right, so that's the old hard drive out. That is a chunky hard drive. Now, what did I do with the replacement? Oh, it's under my MacBook. All right, so the considerably less chunky hard drive. Okay, so I gotta take off this bracket plate. Hopefully this just fits. Yeah, that should fit. That's a standard mount. Okay. I will say this machine will be considerably more quiet with a 1995 hard drive instead of that thing. Okay. Now, I'm going to thank you for the 50 Polish zloty thing. I will check the SCSI ID should not matter. Next step is not Sun. It isn't quite that hard-coded, but I will check the jumper. This should be jumpered correctly. Assuming I have the right thing. All right. That being said, normally I don't have the CD-ROM drive attached to this machine, so next step will just start from the first hard drive. Like, I'm not super worried about it. Alright, so that's the old bracket out. I don't actually know what's on this hard drive. I think this is the drive we installed NeXTStation on the SparkStation, but I don't know that for a fact. All right. New bracket on. So if we want you to go in like that, this bracket has to sit like this. All right. Yep, sit like that. Okay. Easy peasy. The easy way to get these brackets on is I always find just hand thread a couple screws so it stays in place, and then you can just screw them down afterward. That is not the screw I need. That is the locking screw. Okay. Cool. That's threaded, so let's get the other screws in. Like, now that I have a hard drive in this machine, see, the biggest problem with this machine is when I do vintage Unix, I normally use NFS to copy files on and off. If you watch the AIX video, like, every other shot, I was copying files off Absolution. That doesn't work with NeXTStation. NeXTStation has some serious problems with its TCP IP stack because it was designed for the era of unswitched networks, and I don't know what causes it exactly. Like I've tried to debug this multiple times. It basically gets stuck waiting for data in its buffer and then completely falls over. You can sort of make non-NFS stuff work, although it doesn't work the way it's supposed to. It runs very slowly. Even you actually can see this behavior with NeXTStation on Intel platforms. It sucks, but like it's really bad. Like I could do a bulk file transfer, but you can't do stuff like rapidly copy files on and off, which is another problem, which makes the hard drive thing way more annoying. And actually, before we put this in, where's the drive jumper? The drive jumper is there. So I don't know what ID it's on. It's probably on ID 1. I guess we're going to find out. Alright, so now getting this drive back in is a little bit harder. There's a lip it has to lock in. Like, I had problems when I did the test fitting, just to make sure I knew what I was doing. This does not go back in easily. No, that is not sitting correctly. I'm hoping... Did I install this up? I think I installed the bracket upside down. Chat, did I install the bracket upside down? Yeah, I did actually install the bracket upside down. Damn it. I don't think this was a Steve Jobs problem. I actually think it's a problem with the BSD 3.3 derived network stack. But Mach has problems. Like the Mach kernel, Apple's efforts and work to modernize NeXTStation into macOS 10 is really underrated. Actually, I probably need to put the cables back on this drive. Like, I would say there's a couple of other major wants on my list. I would love one of the Motorola 680 Exo Sun stations, a Sun 2 or 3. Like, I could run Sun OS on the SparkStation because that's a Sun 4M. I've been trying to get a Sun 4C for a while, but oh boy, they go for way more than what they're worth. Like, I don't want one that badly. Like, I don't know who's buying them. I've seen several go by on eBay. All right, so this let me figure out how this goes in, because I want to make sure I get this right. So this has to go basically. Yeah, so here's the hooks it clicks into. Yeah, so that's in and that's in. And then I guess, yeah, so you have to sit like this. Yeah, and then that actually doesn't quite lay flat, although I'm not sure if it's supposed to or not. Oh, I wish I took a picture of this. No, okay, that is in fact the way it goes. So then the hard drive sits like this. Okay. Alright, so that's down. Make sure I don't want to over tighten these screws, because this is sitting directly on the system board. I doubt it would be a problem in actuality. Like, I really want to get the system restored to factory original. So here, sorry, just catching up with chat. Like, I actually have the laser printer for this thing. I haven't tried it. I haven't even turned it on. Yeah, I put that on the wrong way. I got. We are how many? You know, this is literally the definition of Murphy's Law. If there's a right way and the wrong way, someone will do it the wrong way. Murphy's Law is usually forgotten by Fingal's Law, is that if there is a wrong way, if something can go wrong, it will go wrong. Or, as often is put, Murphy was an optimist. The story of Murphy's Law is actually really kind of fascinating if you've never read it. It's on Wikipedia, but I don't remember where I heard it. Essentially, the rule came from, it was the U.S. Air Force. They were doing testing of, I believe it was like some missile testing. And they were using some very expensive stuff, and things kept going wrong. As it turns out, there was some parts in the testing equipment that could be installed in two directions, but it only worked in one, which is where Murphy conned the original Murphy's Law, is that there is a right way and a wrong way. I believe Fingal was his assistant. I don't remember off the top of my head where Fingal's Law comes from, which is which is often confused for Murphy's Law, which is, if it can be done wrong, it will be done wrong, or equivalents of statements of such. And what we have seen here is Murphy's Law in action. All right, there's that one. And part of me is thinking, it's like, man, you could make an entire speedrunning event on the fastest hard drive swaps. Like, and you know, there are people who will watch it, because how many people are watching the stream? I've got 89 people at 9:20 a.m. in the morning in early December, or sorry, mid-December at this point. Mid-December, literally watching me do the computing equivalent of changing a tire. And if I had a car, I could easily see myself doing a stream of, hey, let's change a tire. All right, so that handles that. All right, let's see if this goes in now. Is really, I'm gonna have to move around because I can't see what I'm doing. Like, you know, I know use the force, but I don't think that was meant for hard drive installation. So that's there. Why do I feel like I've done this wrong again? Did I really install this plate upside down? Like, did I have it right the first time? You're kidding me. Did I really somehow manage to screw this up twice? Like, is this the nice equivalent of a USB adapter? Because this is exactly what that feels like. Let me move this out of the way. Like, I feel like, is this, like, I mean, it would make sense. This was the 90s equivalent of mass storage. Like, see, it does go down, but it doesn't lay in the right position. Like, I had a lot of trouble getting the hard drive out the first time, which makes me wonder. Alright, chat, I need some help here. What am I doing wrong? Hold on. So here's the plate. This is on the upside down, so this has to line up with that hole. So that has to sit like this. It's the only way it could actually go. Unless I flipped it upside down. So I had it wrong the first time. Alright, let me just try this while sitting in my chair. Like, let me slide myself over and get over here. Let's see if I can just see the tabs it's supposed to sit in. So I don't know if you can see it. There are tabs here that it has to go in. And there is an iFixit guide for this machine, but it wasn't super helpful. Like, it says, rotate hard drive by 45 degrees and doesn't seem to actually want to go like that. And as far as I can tell, Next never actually put... If there was a service manual for it, I can't find it. And I gotta move the microphone. All right, let me see here. So if that goes in... Wait, is that it? Did I get it? Hey, I got it. I got it. Okay, wow, that is a pain in the butt. Let me get that last screw down. Yeah, so there's a lip there. You couldn't see it because I'm in the way, but I did get it. All right. Now that, hopefully this all just pops right back in the way it's supposed to. So that is... Cable doesn't quite fit. Okay, so that's the data cable. There's the power cable. And that is the hard drive swapped. Where are we? Okay, so it took 30 minutes to swap the hard drive. Let's see if it actually still works. Let me throw the the case back on it. All right, case is back on. I'm just going to do a very brief smoke test and see if it still turns on. Like, if it's going to explode, I'd rather know now so I don't have to put the screw back in. All right, moment of truth. Wow, that's weird. It's dead silent. I'm not used to that. Yes! Well, it's not dead. I'm not sure if it's seeing the hard drive or not. I don't remember if there's a way to make it list all seen devices. Yeah, there's no command to do it. But you know what? It turned on, which is good enough for me. Alright, that is almost done. Let me just get the, that is not the screw I'm looking for. Where did I put the, there it is. Let's put the last screw back in. There's nothing worse than finding a, you know, like, most people have a box of cables that they have no idea what it goes to. I have a box of screws that I know that goes to at least some of my machines, but I have no idea where they came from. Why is this not going in? Is this not sitting in the right place? Or did I grab the wrong screw? I don't think I grabbed the wrong screw. Yeah, this is not going in. Did I? I think I did grab the wrong screw because there's 5 screws here. I took 4 off the old bracket, which tells me one of these screws is not like the other, and now this is, now the screw is stuck. How did I do this? Okay. Okay, back out this screw. All right. So, how did I... Yeah, so one of these screws is going to be considerably smaller than the others, I think. Although this screw is actually larger. So which one did I accidentally... I mean, this looks like it's the right screw. It's a big screw that holds the case on. So did I not line up the case properly? Or maybe it doesn't tie in all the way. Like, I don't take this machine apart very often. Let's see here. Okay, hold on. Let me... okay, so I see how this... Oh, I see how this works. Okay, hold on. I didn't have the top lid in the right place. That's why it's not threading. It's got there's a screw hole on the bottom of the top lip. That's why it's not coming... It's not why it's going back together. You know what? Maybe we will... I will try one more time. If not, I'll just do this off camera. Lefty loosey. Yeah, well, you can't actually see me. I just looked over and it's like, yeah, you can just see my shirt. All right. So, let me see here. So, here's the case. Make sure that is all lined up. Make sure the cables are not... Yep. Okay, I do not have the case back on properly. That is why it doesn't fit. There's a lip that it doesn't seem to be sitting right in, because, like, it's not as bad as some of my other machines, but this one's a little bit tricky if you don't know how it goes. All right, so that goes like that. Think we are almost good to go. So this now can go in here. Yep, screw. Okay, it's threading. Okay, it's back together again. Give me a moment to get the monitor back up, and then we are ready for the next part. Whew. That was only somewhat annoying. Okay. Alright, let me get the camera back to where it needs to be. And there we go. Actually, I do want to move this slightly. I just want to move it further back. Let's power the machine down. Make you flat. Ooh. I gotta say, that was a lot of work for what it was. That was really a lot of work. Alright. Let me catch up on chat. Package source might support NeXTStep, although NeXTStep, it's not very Unix. It's more a graphics library that was parked on top of Unix. Alright. Get my... Oh, there's the hard drive spinning up. So, make sure the enclosure is good. Put the boot floppy in. So later NeXTstations, like the ones that support color, don't need a boot floppy, but mine does. And, uh-oh. Why can't I put the disk in? I think the case isn't on right because the slot isn't lining up with the drive. Like, is it? Yeah, it's... Nope, I didn't put it back together right. You can't access the floppy drive. Alright, let's try this again. Oh, that sound was the CD-ROM drive. That is not a good sound coming from that CD-ROM drive. Alright, so what did I do wrong that we can't get into that floppy drive? Righty, tighty, lefty. I mean, obviously this is now lined up to the point the screw goes in. Let's... Oh, we're up to 98. We are doing well today. Last few streams have been a little bit low viewership. Granted, I've been streaming at off times and not with a lot of announcements. I will say the NeXTStep stream is a lot of fun. Ooh, that was loud. All right, so why is this? So here's the drive. Yeah, so there's the drive. So that is sitting like that. Okay, so now it's sitting in the right place that I can put a floppy disk in. Yeah, I think when I got this, I had to open the case to realign it. Like, I feel like I'm having deja vu about this. I don't know if I'm actually imagining that or not. So now we just put the screw back in. And let's try this again. So I don't think I finished my story of what happened with my USB floppy. But we'll do that in a moment. Okay, Humpty Dumpty is back together again. Let's try this again. Right. Let's see if it starts. Disk is in. Enclosure is in. Oh, that is not a good sound. What is oh, I see what's grinding. The fan in the enclosure is having problems. All right. Enclosure is good. Boot floppy disk. Alright, fingers crossed. Searching for CD-ROM drives. So yeah, okay, so block 0 boot, that tells me it's found the CD-ROM drive. It's going to try and start. Waiting for drive to come ready. Okay, there we go. It's there's the new drive. Seagate Sun 2.1G as SD0. And that's the drive spinning up. Let's see if we actually make it into the installer. This is looking really promising. Come on. Come on. I don't actually have any MCA machines. And we are in the installer. Nice. Nice. Yes, this one has an MMU. I don't actually know if it has an FPU, so let me do English. Startup disk on this computer is a Seagate. Let's do advanced options. Yep, okay, so it sees the whole drive. Install NeXtStep. There's very little in the NeXtStep installer, so we're just going to be sitting at a prompt for a while. Whew. There are actually still bits in modern Mac OS X that refer to Motorola 680 Exos. Like, someone was able to build the Darwin CC tools from, like, Tiger, and it still was able to build a viable Motorola 680 Exo target. Like, complete with all the NeXtStep specific enhancements required. So, anyway, so the biggest wins here is I could actually install OpenStep on this system once we do this, because OpenStep doesn't have the boot floppy, which means you can't start the installer directly. I have to install 3.3 and then upgrade to 4.1 or 4.2, which we might actually do at some point. I would actually like to try it, but there wasn't enough disk space. So, not a problem. I believe the processor is in fact soldered, so I don't think we can swap the processor. I need something to drink. I guess I'm gonna have coffee. Amiga Unix needs a 3000. It really needs a 3000. It will run on a 4000, but only with a 38030 processor. And I know that because I've tried it on my 3040. It also needs some help because it has trouble on the 4000 due to the kickstart. If I had a 68030 processor daughter card and a SCSI card for my Amiga, I could potentially run Amex on it. I actually did have an offer for a 3000 UX, but the guy put a lot of conditions on it, and I was like, I'm not doing this. NeXTstation can be emulated by Previous. There's also versions for i386, which will just run in VirtualBox. Oh, it's doing something. I heard the CD-ROM drive spin up. It's probably doing a bad block check, so this may take a bit. This is not a fast machine. Also, I don't think I think there was more donations I haven't read out. We have Anonymous at $20 and Stefan with €5. Thank you so much. CD-ROM drive is making noises. So, originally, originally Unix started on the PDP-11, and then it was mostly common to use it on VAX. The workstation class Unix were all Motorola 680 originally. So the original versions of Solaris and, well, it would have been Sun OS. It would have been Solaris. Hey, look, we're installing files. Nice. That is actually a really big step here. This is going to take a while, but I mean, it's a completely clean install. So, what was I saying? all the original Unix workstations, the small ones, the Sun 2, the Sun 3, HP, I believe the HP 9000. There's a few other ones that were basically from that time period. Were all Motorola 680X. So this is the only one I have because these machines are exceptionally rare. I'm very lucky to have this machine. And I am even more lucky to have all the bits to make it work, even though this is one of the older ones that doesn't have a sound box. I do have someone who may be able to get the CRT going again. I don't know if that will happen, but fingers crossed. Great Quicks, thank you for the $20 donation. And I believe we are now past $100 raised on this stream. We are off to a good start today, folks. So, yeah. So the previous owner who got it, when they got this machine originally, because this machine's changed hands apparently like 4 times, the CRT was having tracking and additional issues. The monochrome tube is also damaged. It works, but it doesn't work well because the CRT doesn't have an on-off switch. When the machine is on, the CRT is on, which means that by and large, the CRTs are all dim because the tube was going 24/7 because Steve Jobs didn't believe an independent power button was a good idea, and Unix workstations were pretty much universally running 24/7, like for remote access. So yeah, there were kind of problems in that regard. That is good coffee. You know, the coffee's growing on me. So, generally the megapixel displays, like I have the revised megapixel, it's a megapixel A. They all have incredibly dim tubes. Mine doesn't seem to have burn-in, but it's a small consolation. Anyway, the previous owner was adjusting the pots, and one of the pots was damaged, and it shorted out the analog board. I did try to repair it and replace the damaged pot. I can get raster, but I don't actually get picture, and I don't like working on high voltage electronics. So what I did is I cut out the high voltage line to the CRT. So, because you can see it right here, the CRT is right here, and there's the connector to the main system. So the driver board in the CRT is energized, which lets me plug in the keyboard, but the actual tube is disabled. So I can run it like this. It's not ideal, but it does work. I've got 2 separate people that may be able to fix this and may be able to have a replacement monochrome tube that will work. The problem is I have to get the entire system to them, and it probably will require very specialized tools. Like I'm not even sure. Like Adrian's Digital Basement is like probably one of the very few YouTubers that could actually do the type of repair that is needed. But I couldn't find a schematic for this monitor, so I know when it's out of my league. I'm happy to have this machine working. So, yeah. So, I didn't cut the high voltage line. It was connected. I just disconnected it, and then I put electrical tape so it couldn't accidentally short out. Because the CRT pulls 19 volts according to the schematic, so I just disconnected the 19 volts in the CRT so it can't step up to high voltage. I've had a lot of CRT problems this week. I pulled out my Commodore 1902 monitor, and it works great in 40 columns mode. It failed horribly in 80 columns mode, which tells me there's something wrong with the RGB path in it. We'll have to take a stab at it. And, you know, maybe we'll actually try NetWare, because I'm just kind of curious. I will say that I have actually net booted this machine. It absolutely sucks rocks because I don't have period correct hardware, but it does work. Yeah. Well, I mean, the connector's physically disconnected in the monitor. It can't step up to high voltage, so I'm not super worried about it. Like, I made sure it's okay. Because there's no separate AC line to the CRT. It passes through, it doesn't pass through mains voltage, it passes through DC voltage that's rectified through the power supply into the CRT, and then the CRT itself steps up. which I figured out by looking at what little schematics I could find. Yeah, I disconnected the flyback. It doesn't try and it doesn't energize at all, and I've had this system on for long periods of time without problem. Yeah, I disconnected. Basically, I completely disconnected everything that wasn't the that's connected related to analog. Yeah, I will get it fixed. So, let me tell you how my morning started, though. So, I was getting ready to do this stream, and I completely forgot that this machine needs a boot floppy. I've reinstalled it once, and that was quite a while ago. So I was reading this like, okay, let me get the USB floppy drive out. Floppy drive goes click, click, click. It's like, oh no. And I actually I don't actually have another one. It's like, how the hell am I going to write this boot disk? And I was thinking, there's a perfectly usable floppy drive in this machine. I just don't actually know how well it works. So I had to figure out how to connect a file from Windows 11 to NeXTstation, which was, turns out the built-in Windows FTP, you know, the really ancient one, works perfectly fine with the FTP that Next shipped. So I just uploaded the file, and then I DD'd it in the system directly to the floppy disk, which took like 20 minutes. I don't know why it took that long. But it worked, as you can see. I don't do electronics. I'm a software guy. Like, I've had to learn enough about electronics to keep my systems going, but I am not an expert. I don't claim to be an expert. I just do cursed things to cursed computers because I understand how programming works. Okay, I feel much better having actual coffee in my system. Like, I haven't slept well in like over a week. It has been just brutal. Like, I made sure I was going to do this stream because this is the one thing that I was looking forward to. Is I am determined to get that 5K, and we should be doing it. I mean, we are 4/5 of the way there, and I still have half a month to go. So, you know, there's that. I did dd bs equals 512, file in, disk out, count to 88, because some old DDs will just loop around. They are, in fact, that stupid. And this is... NeXtStep is an incredibly quirky Unix. Like, you can sometimes get software to build. I'm not convinced that we are actually going to get Bash built. But I'm willing to give it the old college try. So, I mean, the other things that we could try is we could try building World Wide Web. I've actually done it, although not on real hardware. I've done it in emulation. Before, for those who follow the channel for a while, the last video I did was the season 1 finale, and then my life went pear-shaped. I've really been live streaming just so I don't, so I keep keep my channel alive. But in that video, I was working on a NeXtStep specific project. I wanted to do World Wide Web, and that's when I decided, okay, I'm gonna have to replace the hard drive in this eventually. And then the last, I think it was 2 or 3 streams ago, I tried to do it on Spark, on the Spark Station, and then the Spark Station decided to quit on me because, you know, that's how it goes. So chat, how much suffering should we go through? Should we install everything, like Swedish? Okay, that's the floppy disk ejecting. Okay. And that's the floppy disk out. So here's the question. Would Doom Ed work on a system that doesn't support color? Alright, so hopefully this actually boots. It's thinking about it. It is thinking about it. Like, what I want to do with the... Like, I actually have OpenStep on the ThinkPad right now. I even found a PCM CIA card that works with OpenStep for Ethernet. It's actually quite cool. What I wanted to do was I wanted to set up an actual NetInfo master and then show net booting, but that project is, I think, becoming a little bit too ambitious for me right now at the moment. as far as the video pipeline goes, I'm going to have the POSIX video out before the end of the year. I probably will have it out to Patreons, I'm going to say Christmas at this point, and I will have it for general release right before New Year's. Like, it is 99% done, but the last 0.1% I have to pay attention to, and I haven't had the time to be able to. Okay, so here's the first thing. So it's trying to find a net info master. There isn't one on my network, so I just have to Control C here. Okay, starting next services. Alright, so reboot complete. And now I should get the installer screen. I mean, I could, technically speaking, actually do that. Like, there is nothing stopping me from building a... That is a really stupid idea. If I say that, someone's going to actually challenge me to do it. And the problem is, I can take up that challenge. Like, we were having a pretty long discussion in Discord of what it would take to build Linux from DOS, like the Linux kernel. And one of the things I decided I was debating on doing before I decided, you know what, let's just do the NeXTstation, because I need this machine working in January, because it is going to be on display somewhere, and the details of that are to come. There's a reason I haven't announced that yet, but I need this machine in working condition. But honestly speaking, it wouldn't be that hard to build the Linux kernel from NeXTstation. I just don't think I have enough memory. You know, wait, hold on. If I was to do like an old version of the kernel, like, I don't know, like 1.2? It could be done. Damn it, I just sniped myself. Alright, I think I am just going to install the everything. Like, we're not hurting for disk space, which is really nice considering how stripped down I had to make it last time. And although I don't speak anything but English, and this takes so long to install. You can always install it later. Yeah, okay, install software. But I think one of the other things I would want to do is I think I would want to try and see if I can get the printer going. Like, the main reason I haven't gotten the printer working is I haven't been able to install any software that could use it except TextEdit, which, you know, was built into the system. Like, I would probably... there was Lotus Improv, which was probably the earliest killer app for NeXTstation. PageMaker, I don't remember if it started on NeXTstation, but it was probably the most common version in the late 80s, early 90s, was on NeXTstation. There's a few others, like NeXTstation was very big in desktop publishing. They were probably even bigger than Apple in that regard. Yeah. I probably would want more memory in than not, but we still need to actually get we still need the system compiler, which is the part that I've never actually managed to install on real hardware. Anonymous, thank you for the $20 donation to Trevor Project. So, I mean, the stupid idea I've had that I don't know what I'm going to do, because after December, I'm not going to do charity live streaming for a while. It really does take a lot out of me just because of the amount of time I have to do, because I do hold the charity streams to a higher standard of my normal streams. But the, that's my train of thought derailing. But I really want to take play with Minix, and then maybe try and bootstrap an either period correct or modern Linux from a Minix system, just like Linus Torvald did almost 40 years ago at this point. R1 Davis, thank you for the £5 British pound donation. Wow, we don't get British pounds that often. That is my coffee done. I literally drained an entire 12 cups. Like, I don't normally drink coffee, but when I do, holy cow, do I drink coffee. I drink coffee. Linux, it is possible to cross-compile the kernel, and that is like commonly done because you don't want to compile the kernel on a microcontroller. Trust me, I've been there. I've done that. It sucks. Most of the core system can be cross-compiled, although it's kind of an ooga booga art. Like, there is the Cross Linux from Scratch, or CLFS book. If I really tried, I could probably do a bootstrap port of either Debian or Ubuntu, because I've done it for Ubuntu when I worked at Canonical. I was experimenting of what it would actually take to create a new port from scratch. And I actually managed to build the Deb Bootstrap base, which is the absolute minimum system you need to run, to run stuff, is really what it boils down to. So, there's that. Let me just keep going here. Yeah, so it is entirely, I mean, in another life, I actually used to build cross-compilers for Linux that could run on Windows, and I actually built an entire make utility, like a replacement make, that understood cross-compiling and everything that meant using a YAML config file. I meant it as a business startup idea, and then the bottom of my health dropped out. Like, that was when it really started getting bad. That was what I intended to do after I was let go from Mixer. So, because that is my experience, is low-level system stuff. I obviously do a lot more than that, but that is my bread and butter. Like, I know how to twist GCC into interesting shapes. Yeah. I would actually like to do PS2 Linux. It's a little bit overdone on YouTube to the point that I probably don't know what I could add on top of it. Like, I feel like Action Retro recently had a go of it, or maybe it was Do Not Compute. Like every year or so, someone rediscovers PS2 Unix, or PS2 Linux. I've never actually used it, even though I very much wanted one. That dev kit was impossible to get, and at the time we didn't have McFreeboot. You had to have, you basically needed that disk. Yes. Thank you, Left is Best. I mean, if I had I don't actually even have a PS2 at this point. I haven't in years. If I had a PS2 and the modem, like, I honestly could try to do a bootstrap port of Ubuntu, because MIPS-EL, I mean, that would be old ABI. Actually, that would be new ABI. That is new enough that it would be new ABI. There's nothing inherent that wouldn't work. It'd be very slow, but I could do it. Especially if I cheated and used Debian to bootstrap. Like, I could even do it in an emulator. Like, that isn't so much a huge engineering project. That's a weekend for me, because I know exactly how to do it. I'd have to set up the absolute base system by hand, which is basically running dpack build package for all the core stuff. That would let the bootstrap go. Then I'd have to do a couple utilities by hand. That gets you sbuild. After you have sbuild, you can run build D, and at that point, you can connect that to DAC, and that's how you build Debian from scratch. I have quite literally done that. I wouldn't need a PS2 emulator. I would just need a MIPS emulator. I could do it in Qum with no problem. Like, I would not need a PS2 emulator. The only thing that you need the PS2 for is the actual kernel. So, let's see here. Yeah, so it would definitely be possible to do it. Like, when I was at Canonical, when people used to get me really ticked off, the thing that I used to say is, I will make Ubuntu on Deck Alpha become a thing. I never actually made do on that, but the idea has never actually escaped my mind. It was always a tongue-in-cheek thing. It's like, I have been here when the ancient magics were created. You know, I never owned a PS3. I was an Xbox 360 guy. I remember playing all the original Mass Effects. I did so much speedrun Mass Effect as I just did a very fast run to get the Renegade achievements. Like, I actually have all the original Mass Effect achievements. Mass Effect 2 I love, but I never really replayed it, and I have issues with Mass Effect 3. Like, it wasn't just the ending, although the ending very much did not help things. Like, with all the DLC, Mass Effect 3 is okay, but that game should not have shipped in the condition it shipped in. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, Dreamcast Linux was, it was really NetBSD was the most popular one back in the day. Like, someone, I don't know if you could find it, but someone actually figured out how to hook a hard drive up to the expansion port and wrote a patch for NetBSD to use it. I don't know if he documented it well enough to reproduce it, but it can be done because the expansion header on the Dreamcast, which is normally the modem, has enough address lines that you can run an IDE port off it. So there's that. Alright, so now we are at 40% done. So it's going so much faster now that we don't have to install Swedish. This is definitely going well. This is actually going pretty well. Like, compared to some of my other projects, like, I've had two notable failures. Like, I tried to do an AIX stream, and the machine actually quit on me 15 minutes in. It's the only stream that I've completely gotten rid of the VOD, because it literally is me screwing around with it for 15 minutes and just refusing to work. Like, my RS6000 is twitchy, and it just decided it was not going to do it that day. The other one was the NeXTstation one, which was an interesting stream, but I was not happy I had to spend 8 hours basically debugging a hardware problem. So there's that. We haven't gotten snow here in New Jersey yet. It's been cold. We've had ice, but we haven't actually gotten snow as far as I know. It may have happened overnight, but there was none when I went out for breakfast this morning. So there's that. I do remember that macOS and the Sega Genesis thing. That was probably one of the more interesting hacks that I've seen. And also, I'm enjoying watching all the old printers go by. Like, I really do want... I really, like, I'm not going to do it today, but I do want to pull that printer out and try it at some point. Like, it's actually in the room. It's directly behind me, like, because I have no place to store it. So it's just sitting on a pallet in my living room, which is very much becoming an extended storage space in my apartment. Like, I feel like the vintage computers are reproducing when I'm not looking. Neofetch, it's going to be Neofetch or something. I'm still not convinced I'm actually going to get the dev tools installed because this is going too well, and Murphy and I, we have a history, as we've saw earlier in the stream. And I still got to do a bunch of system setup because Next Step doesn't quite come with all the bits installed correctly. Yeah, Nintendo basically designed the GameCube and then made incremental upgrades multiple times. The Switch was a completely new architecture, but it's a little astounding how well engineered the GameCube was, that the hardware could be recycled. The Wii operating system is an entirely different set of things, but Nintendo has... I feel many ways that there's an accurate comparison between Nintendo... Nintendo is to games what Oracle is to databases. And that's probably going to get a reaction from the chat. Okay. So we're still installing the files. I mean, the Wii at this point is well enough understood, but that you could write new drivers. Like, I mean, I've written drivers for ancient Unix. It's not that hard. Like, it's not a video that I meant to make. So at this point, it's been over a year. I actually did a driver hack to a 8088 Unix that it could run on a 2017 laptop. You can find pictures of it on my old Twitter. I never finished it, and I never got the video going because life. Like, one of the big things I've been trying to figure out is my channel hit a pinnacle when I had the pinball video go viral. Like, I've had viral videos before and since, but not to the degree that Space Cadet Pinball went. And it really made me realize that what I care most about is the quality of my work, not the quantity of my work. But it also means that I can very much engineer myself into a hole. And that's sort of what happened with the Sun PCI video. Like, I've rewatched that video a couple of times in the last 6 months. I don't hate it, but I don't know why I don't like it. Like, it's professionally, it's well done. You know, the editing is good. It's a very solid presentation about an interesting piece of Sun history. I really enjoyed the time lapse in the middle, but that video still doesn't do it for me, and I don't know why. And that's kind of why I haven't really tried to make a full-length video since. Yep. I didn't even realize the bot was here. Like, I really want to do a Next Step video, but I want to do it justice. And I've already covered Next Step once before. I was a guest star on Retro Man Cave about 4 years. Well, it was Retro Man Cave. It's RMC now. 4 years ago. So there's that. Yeah, I mean, it's the fact of the matter is, whenever I do a video, an in-depth video on a topic, it very much does things. 2 years ago, there was no there was no vintage Unix scene, period. Like, there was a couple people like Neozed and myself who dabbled in this, but you never had people that were pulling out old Spark stations. Like, I've had the, like, there is the LGR effect. I've done that for vintage Unix. And I have been really debating, like, I'm going to regret this life decision, but I have been debating getting an HP Unix box, because that and an alpha server of some sort would complete the set. I have an SGI box. I've never used it on stream. In fact, I haven't even powered it on since I've gotten it, because it's hard to do something with IRIX that's interesting. The part about IRIX that everyone likes is the SGI bar bits, but IRIX is really just a half-assed port of Solaris, and I will in fact die on that hill. Even like the diehard SGI people like will admit that IRIX is not exactly an interesting operating system in and of itself. Yeah. Well, I think one of the big things is that I'm one of the very few people that you can actually put in front of a Unix v6 system, and I can use it. If the thing that's going to happen in January actually happens, I may have a chance to use actual Unix on a period correct teletype. I am hoping that happens. All right, we've got our first boot. So we just have the USA keyboard layout. But I'm just going to grab the mouse pad from my desktop because I don't like hearing the mouse grind. I will note that while I have the original keyboard, I don't have an original mouse. So here's the first thing we've got to do. Is we got to go to apps and we got to go to terminal. We have to set the root password. I will say this is a lot faster than I'm used to seeing it. Or no, it's not apps. I have to go to the top level directory. Not next admin. It's next apps. There is Open Sesame, which lets me run apps as root without logging in, but I find it doesn't work very well. So we're just going to. I need to set a password so it disables the auto login. Because by default, you're automatically logged in as the user called me, and that's not what we want. So now we want to log out. Log out. And now I should get a login screen. And that's the CD-ROM drive ejecting because I logged out of the system. Oh yeah, I forgot about the letter from Steve. Yeah, we'll check that after I'm... Oh yeah, root with no password works. Of the pizza box... Ooh, that is a hard question. obviously I like pizza boxes because I have quite a few of them. The next machines are interesting, but they're pretty fiddly. I would probably say if you're going to get a single pizza box, you really can't go wrong with a Sun because you can do a lot of really neat. Sun was probably the best supported of all the Unixes. Like, it was the commodity Unix, and everything supported Solaris. And if you have a Sun 4M, it can also run the Spark port of Sun OS. It can run OpenBSD, which is actually it can run NetBSD. You can also run NeXTStation on that. So there's a lot of really interesting things. Wait, how did I lose that much disk space? How do I only have 740 megabytes still available? I don't know. So the next thing we gotta do is we need to go to the what is it? Yeah, simple network starter. Like, you can do this by editing config files, but it's easier to do this way. So here's a neat trick. My home network doesn't actually use DHCP anymore, so the theming I've taken up for my pizza boxes is I've been using so the Spark station is Pyrotheum. My NeXTstation is Cryophium. I don't actually think it came with a name when I got it, and then I need to assign it a stack IP. And if you understand, if I ever manage to get a PA RISC system, it will probably be Aerophium, and then that would leave Petroleum as the last one of the set. So the router is 1601. I gotta say that trying to use NIS on NeXTStation would probably be a fascinating disaster. Alright. So net info stuff. Yeah, create the master config database. Yeah, you know what? That's all fine. So do the simple network setup. Alright. It wants me to plug in the network cable, and now it's going to create the net info database. I probably shouldn't have actually checked that box, but meh. It does help to have a master server of some kind, so and it's probably not a bad idea to have it on this box. Yeah, I shouldn't have made this the master one, but, I don't think it really matters. Like, if I reopen this and I tell it not to do the master. Yeah, that's actually the button I wanted to hit. Yeah, destroy net info database. There we go. Yeah. Okay, so now it's going to reboot the system because now we've got revised net info. I do actually want to try that. Like, I would love to see, one of the big things I can do now is, now that I have a larger hard drive, is I'm going to be able to play with the very early versions of NeXTStation, because the very early versions of NeXTStation were designed to boot off CD-ROM magnetic optical discs. The hardware in my NeXTstation is actually identical to the original NeXCube. So, but the problem is that the installer doesn't work. If I unpack the install CD, I can modify the files, and it will work on this hardware, but I didn't have enough disk space to do that before. So now I can plug in the original hard drive in the enclosure, and we could actually check out the very early versions of NeXTStation. So that's part of why this is such a huge quality of life upgrade for me. So, yeah, Spark Station 5s are probably the most common Sun 4M. The problem with them is you have to get the keyboard and mouse. Like, my Spark Station, I got the base unit, the CRT, a tape unit, the 4-drive pack, the keyboard, the mouse, and the mouse pad, because it's an optical mouse. I got it for $400. The seller wanted $1,000, but it didn't sell at VCF, so I was able to haggle him down. So there's that. Like, I would have gone higher, but he was basically said, if this is going home with me, it's going in the trash. So I think he was happy to get 400 for it. All right, so let's log in as root. We now need to set up DNS. Yeah. Like I said, I really want a Sun 4C just for running Sun OS. Like, I've had my eye on a SparkStation IPX, which is probably the most common one, if I had to guess. So now that I've done that, I forgot, is it Host Manager I have to open? I think it's Host Manager if I want to configure DNS. No, I think I actually have to do this from the command line. Like, I know there's an app to do it, but I don't remember where it is. Like, NeXTstep always gave me the impression that, like, it was half-baked. Alright. So, I believe I have Pico on the system. Yes, I do. Alright, so we have router, route, IP. Oh yeah, control is in the other position. So just edit resolve.conf because I feel like it's... No, I feel like I have to do this through netinfo. I just don't remember how you do it. Yeah, it doesn't see. Can you actually talk to the internet? Network is unreachable. Why is the network unreachable? You have no route. That's why that is in fact why is unreachable. How did I screw this up? Yeah, like this is something that drives me crazy because this is such a annoying tool to use. So simple network starter. Checking the config. Like there's more files that you have to edit. I just never remember the full list. Okay, so router, netmask. NIS domain name, broadcast address, that's all fine. Net info, yeah, that's fine. Alright, so that gets configured. So now that should let non-root packet, it has to be in host manager. Like, I feel like, is it under local? Ah, here it is, local. Let's see here, net masks, network time, internet address, host name. That ain't it. Here, edit, host, info. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely not it. Where is it? NFS manager. I know it's not there. It's not there. It's maybe I just create. I don't think I just create resolve.conf. Like I'm almost certain that's not how you do it on NeXTstep. But for the life of me, I can't remember how you do it off the top of my head. Running a grep, yeah, okay, that worked about as well as I thought it would. I guess I have to, like, let me just make it by hand and see what happens. Unknown host. Okay. I'm gonna have to look this up. Give me a moment. Setting up NeXTstep. No, apparently that is the way you do it. You just... Alright, let's try NS lookup. Can't find name server for address. Default servers not available. The heck? Yeah, of course it's not documented. Why would it be documented? That would actually be useful. I believe these are Alps Black switches. You know what? Is it possible that... No, I didn't think that was going to fix it. And let me tell you, after using Ed as an editor, VI is such an upgrade. Alright, so what gives? Why do I not... So apparently I have to set a domain. So let me try NCommander.lan name server. Unknown host. So apparently, let's see here. The internet, the manual for this is so old that it's talking about getting a classful addresses from Arwin or equivalent. That's how old the documentation I'm working with is. All right. Let me see here. Telnet. Connection refused on Telnet. Let me just try port 22. Yeah, no, that works. That works just fine. So we have network connectivity, and it's talking to the router because there's drop there, and the router's running OpenWrt. So why don't I have working DNS? Non-existent domain. You should be in the net mask. Like if I try and ping something like 4.2.2, yeah, you can actually do that. So you can you're talking to the internet. So why is it not talking to? How are we having a DNS problem this early in this? Can't find name server for address 192.168.0.1. Wait. You know, maybe I just need to reboot, because I do remember the search system order is in fact specified at system startup. So let me just reboot the thing, because DNS may be entirely disabled. Alright, I'm just going to step away from keyboard while this reboots. I'll be back in a moment. Alright, I'm back. So, yeah, so the keyboard is an Alps Black setup. And I will say that it's probably, like, I'm not normally a fan of linear switches. Like, by and large, I think most linear keyboards are not that nice to type on. They are drastically overrated. This is an exception. I would actually be really happy if I had a full keyboard
that was just Alps Blacks, like this board. It's probably the nicest vintage keyboard I have. My daily driver board is MX Blues, but I mean, that is just satisfying. Yeah. The problem is that NeXTStep is so not like Unix that like nothing carries over. All right, let's see if we can talk to the network here. Okay, so we can talk to the network. What happens when I run nslookup? Can't find server name. No. I suddenly remember what the problem is. All right, this is a very weird quirk on NeXTStep. I actually now remember what you have to do. You have to not only add the file, you have to add the router to the netinfo database. So my router doesn't actually have a name, so I'm just going to call it openwart. Actually, this is not the file. Actually, no, this is fine. Ethernet address, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, so I just want to save this. It should tell me, yeah, save. Okay, so now that that's in there, if I pulled the list of hosts that this machine knows about, so now that's in the system host table, that should be able to do the reverse lookup. So it can find... Is it really this stupid? Like, it should not be this stupid. Okay, yeah, it is in fact that stupid. So, the name server has to be a host name. I don't know why you shouldn't. I remember this has bit me before, but the name server has to actually be a host name. It's probably due to the fact that this machine predates RFC 1918. This was back in the era where you had to manually assign all your IP addresses. Well, it's because unlike pretty much any other Unix, you're expected to get the host information table from netinfo or NIS. DNS is the last resort. NeXTStep has an entire section dedicated to it in the Unix Haters book. It is a notoriously finicky system, like, really, but I think at this point... That is not my password on this system. We can, in fact, play NetHack on a remote server at this point because NAO is has Telnet. So we can, in fact, do NetHack while we install stuff. I think the next thing we're going to do is the developer tools, and I'm going to just put a mark so I remember this if I go add timestamps. Where's my little box of CDs? All right, so that's the. It was here on the table. Where did I put it? Hold on. Ah, here it is. It's just behind my laptop. Alright. So, let's install the developer tools, because this is going to take a while. And, I don't know, we can do NetHack, I guess. So, next step, 3.3 developer. And this one, I gotta find my marker. Label on it, but I'll do that in a moment. Actually, I'll just leave this disk out so I remember what it is. Alright, so now that we've done that, let's see here. So next CD packages. Let's grab. I always forget how you do this. Like, this doesn't get installed the way you expect it, but this was another thing, is that the development tools on NeXTStep can actually be run directly off the CD. You don't actually have to install them. At least in older versions, you didn't actually have to install them. On free, you might have to, but the idea was that you put the CD in and then you could just read the compiler off it. I've never had success in doing that, so let me just grab developer tools. And honestly, I don't normally keep the CD-ROM drive attached. This CD-ROM drive came out on one of my RS6000s. I had to borrow it for this project. Okay, so developer tools, uninstalled, software for PA RISC, Intel, Next, and Spark. Developer release 3.3. Do we want to install the full set? Like, Chat, what's your thoughts? Do we want to install the full set? Like, let's run a poll. Install cross compilers. It's a little hard to type one-handed. I want to see what folks are thinking. I do find now I can't actually see what people are typing in chat. Okay. Yeah, I probably should. Although the idea of cross-compiling from a 25 megahertz Spark station is pain. Like, this is not going to be fast. It's going to be quite literally the opposite of fast. Like, if someone offered me a NeXTstation Turbo, in some ways I really like this machine, but I almost want a Turbo a lot more, especially because it uses less proprietary video. But I'm happy just to have actual Next hardware. Yeah, okay, so everyone wants me to install. I'm like, why did I even make this a poll? People were going to vote for whatever causes me pain. So if you've enjoyed this content, please make a donation to Travel Project so we can reach that 5K mark. After that, if you want to support me, the links are are there directly below. I mean, yes, I have a. I'm actually a little sad about that. So I was planning before my life went sideways in December. Like, it's nothing bad. I've just been incredibly busy. I wanted to do this entire contest of slow computing processing, and we have paint drying in my Discord. It's what I've called it, because it literally started with Europa building GCC on her Ultra 5. And somewhere on day 3 of this process, I said, you should live stream this, and it kind of became a meme. Like, we still have people that do occasionally live stream it, and it really became this entire community of people watch things compile. And, it's not a half bad idea that maybe I'll set up a large compile job on the NeXTstation, because at 25 megahertz, it should only take a few days to build a period correct version of GCC. How bad could it be? Oh, I just remembered, there is Sybase here. I wonder if that's just the client or if that's actually the whole damn thing, because one of the biggest problems we have in the vintage Unix space is no one has preserved the database. Like, it's very hard to find the old Unix versions of Oracle, Sybase, Ingress. Postgres you can find because it was open source, but the other ones not so much. Sybase I would really like to check out at some point, because that was what Microsoft bought to make SQL Server. And we've got some donations here. Saskatchewan, I'm just going to mangle your last name. Thank you for the €20 donation. Adam Scott, thank you for the $20 Canadian donation. And Libras Samuel, I hope I said that right. Thank you for the €20 donation. And we are now at 4K total raised. That is awesome. And usually we get a fair bit more on the VODs. Like, we had some surprisingly large donations on the VODs. But we are going. We are going to make 5K before the end of the year. And then what I think I'm going to start doing is we're probably going to have a summer charity event and a winter charity event. I'm kind of working on the specifics of that, because one of the big things I've done, and if you've been following along on Discord, I recently did file and get an incorporation, an LLC. I now own Restless Systems LLC, which lets me do a lot of things that I wasn't able to do before. It's why I'm working to try and make something happen in January that I wouldn't have been able to do without being an LLC. So it's very much opened a lot of doors in the preservation space, which I really enjoy YouTube, but if the stuff ever gets preserved, I can't make videos on it. And it is my hope that in time I will be able to hire people to help make content. Like, I can do the research. Oh, sorry, I just dropped my screwdriver. I can do the research. I can do the content. Like, you're literally watching me do this all off the top of my head, aside from the DNS thing. What I don't have is the time to make it presentable, because, like, the AIX Doom video required so much in-depth domain knowledge that it originally just started as, this is AIX, but it was kind of a boring video. So then I decided, let's do Doom on AIX. It's like, but now I'm not talking about AIX. So that's how you end up with a 1 hour, 10-minute video with Blender animations. And I had never used Blender prior to that video. And I am still incredibly proud on how well that came together. Like, there's a few minor mistakes in it that I wish I could fix. But by and large, that is the video I am most proud of. I've learned a lot since I did the Space Cadet pinball video, and I will say the pinball video, I am extremely proud of that. Just because of how much research I had to do, the presentation could have been a little bit better. Like, there are some things I left on the cutting room floor, but at that point in my YouTube career, I'd only done one video that had been more than 20 minutes. I had never done a long-form essay, and that was an ambitious project because I had to do Itanium. I didn't even have a capture card when I did that video. Like, I think I say it in the video that I was getting the footage by running remote desktop, which shows you just how sophisticated my setup was at that point. Oh, and never heard of me. Thank you for the $5 donation. I do think the original Ingress is, in fact, I know it's been saved in places, but I know I have never seen an archive of the commercial versions. If someone can check, like, maybe we will actually... Like, this machine is actually the correct time period for Ingress. My Spark Station's a little bit too new, because my Spark Station, I think, is a 95. My Indy is 94. The Ultra 10 is... Mine's a late Ultra 10. Mine is, like, from 2002, but that machine came out in 98. Let me think. What other machines do I have? The my ZX 6000 is from 2003. The RS 6000s, the Model 150 is from 2001. I think the Model 140 is from 1998. So this is actually would be the correct machine to run Ingress on. Yeah. This is just a Spark Station. Not a Spark Station, a NeXTstation. I will load up host. I will say this is going a lot faster than I thought it would be. Like, I expect this to be very slow. Like, host info. The specs are right there. I need to put more memory in this system, but that's about it. And Next Step became macOS 10. There's a lot in common between those two things. So once this is done, we can log out and stop being root. We'll probably just We'll probably just use the me user, but what I kind of want to do is make a generic Bootstrap package. It's not going to be a today thing. This is going to kind of be a longer term project, but it's going to be my goal for 23. It's basically going to be a set of make files that can build a more modern FTP client. It could build curl. It could build wget. It would give you the framework for building GCC, because at this point I've had the Bootstrap compilers for a lot of systems. Like, you can use the proprietary ones. I mentioned it in the AIX video. I didn't use it, but I did test Visual Age C++. It's obnoxious to use for anything, and I know that Sun Studio is actually worse. Like, Solaris was the standard. Sun Studio was not the standard. There's a reason why everyone used GCC, even though you left at sometimes more than 50% of your performance indoor. And then you had companies like Next that only use GCC. Yep. Yes, this is the original model of NeXTstation. There is the NeXTstation Turbo and the NeXTstation Color. But as you can tell, I don't have color. And this is essentially the same hardware as the original Cube, except I don't have a CDMO drive. In fact, if I had an external CDMO drive, I could plug it in and it would work, but the original NeXTSTEP 1 was a proprietary media. I have seen one, there's actually one on display at the InfoH Museum in New Jersey. And I have talked with the keepers of that museum. They would love to see me get World Wide Web running on it. It's kind of why I want to get running on this, to be honest. Not that I mean, I've gotten it running in emulators, but I'd like to get it running on something closer to period correct hardware. Unfortunately, the very early versions have been lost. The first versions of WorldWideWeb.app that survive are for like NeXTstation 3.2, and I was able to compile it for 3.3. Yep. So, Intel C compiler has a weird history. Like, Intel has gone out of their way to make it GCC compatible, but no one really uses ICC unless you are trying to get every little inch of performance. Like ICC used to come up every once in a great deal, once in a blue moon at enterprise support, but it is... The reason why people don't use ICC for general purpose stuff is that Intel doesn't test it on AMD. So while you will get better code with ICC on Intel processors, you generally take a performance hit on AMD processors. That is actually a fairly well documented thing. So ICC is only really useful when you're doing cluster computing with all Intel processor and really all of the same Intel processor. Like this is where you're talking about doing a stage 1 Gen 2 install to completely tune every little aspect of the system. Yeah. Next hardware was very... The operating system is a little bit but Next Step was very much the... I won't say it was the first. I would actually say that but it was one of the more common... Objective-C was a major step forward as far as Unix programming goes, because in this era, like, Motif wasn't even a standard at this point. This predates CDE. So at this point, I should have GCC, and I don't, but I probably just have to reopen the terminal. Alright, so if I open a new terminal... Do I have GCC? I do not have GCC. There's the apps. Where's the actual compiler? Is it C? Oh, it's CC. That's right. CC version GCC 258, which is a little bit old. Let's see if it actually works. I feel like there's more things you have to do. Like, we'll say typing on this keyboard is absolutely wonderful. I will say this is also a very old version of Vi that gets unhappy if I use the number keys. Oh, joy. It's one of those. And the slashes are not where you think they are. I should just use Pico. It would be easier. So cc hello.c. Okay, yeah, so I have to install a few more things, don't I? I installed developer tools. I probably need developer libs. Developer software. What if I hit the list button? Yeah, that's probably all the headers I don't have, so stop. So I go to next developer right now on Cryothium. Yeah, no headers. Okay, so we just need to install this. We just need to install the everything. Okay. More things to be installed. I mean, this is still nowhere as bad as getting, you know, Next was many things. The developer tools came in the box. they were, as far as I know, they came in the box. Like I've never seen the it was a separate CD, but as far as I understand it, they were sold as a package. It wasn't a separate purchase like it is on most Unixes, and you don't have to go through stupid hoops to install it. Like Sun Studio was a FlexLM thing. Visual Age C++ used IBM's own proprietary DRM. I don't actually remember offhand what ACC does. That's the HP Unix one. I think you had to enable it through SAM, but I think that one ran on the Honor system. Like, I don't remember there being DRM, but it's been so long, I can't actually say that for sure. True 64. What the hell did True 64? I think True 64 was just UCC. Like, I don't remember there being a DEC alpha compiler that was a proprietary one, but question mark. Let's see what else I can remember. There was PCC. That was the Portable C compiler. That was AT&T's official compiler that no one used because GCC was actually better. I think I've only ever seen PCC in the actual AT&T Unix. So, win for 34X. Void main is valid. This is less than void main is what KNRC uses. It is valid even on modern compilers. ANSI C supports that. Yeah. Honestly, I gotta say that while Windows 11 has very much proven to irritate me, and there's a lot of things that still very much irritate me, like trying to use a floppy drive on Windows 11 is annoying, I will say that the day-to-day experience is a flipping light year over Ubuntu 22.04, especially because of Windows subsystem for Linux. Like, I don't like, I'm annoyed with the fact that Ubuntu has gone so miserable that using it as a daily driver, but it's not just Ubuntu, is literally GTK4 is that broken, and I could use a KDE-based distribution. Like, I remember when Kubuntu was actually good. It was a long time ago, but it used to be good. So OpenStep is really not that different from NeXtStep 3.3. It's really just a couple of updates and more add-on software, but not a lot changed. Then after OpenStep, you had Rhapsody, which was a port of NeXtStep to PowerPC. Rhapsody became macOS 10 Server 1.0, something I would love to cover because I've actually compiled the corresponding Darwin version from source code from scratch. That was many years ago at this point, but it was it was my first real vintage computer project. That and Xenix, and it's why NeXtStep has such a soft spot in my heart, despite the fact that I acknowledge it was kind of shit. That then became macOS 10 public beta, 10.0, and 10.1. And 10.1 is the first one that I'm actually going to say was usable, because that was the first one that had Quartz Quartz compositing. Because in this point in time, it was still displayed PostScript, and it was still displayed PostScript until the actual macOS 10 releases, when Apple got in it. And at the same time, they replaced the legacy Berkeley code with FreeBSD code, and they have tracked that, which is why macOS 10 is considerably less quirky than this version of compared to other Unixes. I don't know offhand what libposx gives. Like, the entire set of libraries is completely interesting on this system, and that is in fact the word I'm going with. So there is that. The problem is that, so when Ubuntu 22.04 dropped, I was running Cinnamon as my daily driver, and the GTK thing broke Chrome. It broke pretty much about half the apps. GTK GIMP was having a lot of issues, and I switched to KDE, and KDE was sort of an upgrade, But the largest problem is that Ubuntu does not properly ship a configuration for Dolphin, and a lot of stuff runs through KO slave. So like if I mount a remote file system in Cinnamon or GNOME, it actually becomes a physical mount on the file system. Everything works. If I do that in Dolphin, it doesn't actually get mounted on the file system. Now that can be fixed, but I don't like the KDE experience. I find it very clunky compared to, say, Cinnamon or Mate. But I mean, I had lost functionality, like I lost image previews in Chrome because GTK4 was that broken. And it still is broken. That bug has been open for like 16 years at this point. Yeah. And honestly, like, after that, I tried a bunch of other Linuxes and VMs. Like, I tried Fedora. I even tried CentOS because I mostly use Resolve. And it's like, why am I trying to struggle with this? Windows is the better of the two options. So I just installed Windows 11, and it's honestly been better than Linux has been for the last 5 years. I mean, it really boils down, like, it's possible GTK4 is less half-baked at this point, although I'm not holding my breath. It's just, by and large, no one is daily driving Linux to develop it. Like, Canonical's policy was that you were going to eat your own dog food, so by and large, Ubuntu was usable. I have to assume that is no longer the case in Canonical, because the last 3 LTSs have gotten steadily worse on a day-to-day basis. I mean, I will say that Resolve has been a much nicer experience, and especially now that I use, I finally broke down and got a MacBook Pro. I really, really like that battery life. It's a lot easier to work with Windows on that. Yeah, I mean, well, the fact is that there was a re-implementation of NeXTStep that was GNU Step. Because originally, the Free Software Foundation's mission was to make a complete replacement for Unix, taking the best of basically everything. So that was going to be heard as the base kernel, all the user land stuff that made the GNU operating system, and then GNU Step, which I don't actually think is an official GNU project, but that was a re-implementation of the NeXTStep core libraries on top of the GNU operating system. Because what had happened was that because NeXTStep had used GCC, the Free Software Foundation actually friended legal action over the Objective-C compiler. This is actually a rather famous case of this. Basically, Stallman said, you are not going to ship object files, you are going to ship the source code to this. And Next caved. They actually upstreamed the Objective-C compiler. They didn't upstream the core framework. It was just the compiler, but the compiler was the hard part. So there's that. Let me just close the poll question. So that was one of the early victories of the GPL v2 having teeth, and when the Free Software Foundation was actually relevant. Like, I have a huge problem with Richard Stallman. Like, my opinion in that regard has not changed. I just wish I did that video a little better. But the Free Software Foundation at one point actually... I could have at one point respected the organization. Not as it is right now, but there was a reason I was a volunteer with them for quite a while. So there's that. So, okay, so these libraries are all going. Alright. I may even install the developer docs. Oh yeah, and for whoever asked, I do actually have Token Ring hardware. I just haven't worked up the amount of pain necessary to test it. And the reason I have Token Ring hardware is I want to run Windows 95 without a hard drive. And that's actually easier to do with Token Ring than it is with Ethernet, as I have discovered. The problem, so GNU basically became irrelevant with the GPL v3. The GPL was designed to be an upgradable license as far as legal issues evolved. The very first version, the GPL v1, It had some ambiguity that had to be resolved, and that was like within the first year. So the GPL v2 was created to fix that, and the GPL v2 basically sat from mid 90s until 2007. Stallman became increasingly concerned with software patents and what was called TiVoization, that you could look but not touch the software. And the Free Software Foundation hosted a very large open comments process. And there was a lot of criticism at defining that you could not lock the system down. It was quite polarizing. Most people felt that there was a point here, but fixing it in the license was a bad idea, and that the software patent clauses in the GPL v3 were overly complex and more. The Free Software Foundation disregarded almost all the criticism, and the GPL v3 is such a badly designed license that most corporate entities will not allow them to use it. This is why Apple started dumping so much money into Clang, when before that they were one of the largest developers of GCC prior to that point. So in a spectacular own goal, Free Software Foundation basically made itself irrelevant, with the MIT license replacing the GPL v2 as the standard for corporate open source software. I don't know how you failed that hard, but they accomplished it. And then it actually gets worse when you get to things like the AGPL, but we'll get to that. So let's see here. Does this actually, can we compile something now? I think, oh, it did compile. Nice. So now we can do the hat trick. I think it's HPPA, it's not PA risk. So now we just need to wait a while. Like, this is probably going to take a full minute or so. So how are folks doing? Alright, and so now... this always amuses me. This is a fat file that will run on all the releases of NeXTStation. It will run on Motorola 68XO, on i386, Spark, and PA RISC. This is where Apple's universal binaries have come from. They were originally created by Next when they decided to abandon ship off the Motorola 680XO platform. It does not work on a modern Mac because macOS 10 broke the compiler ABI. So here's what I'm thinking. We could do something like try and compile NeXTStation. I want to just log in as a non-root user because we don't need to be root from this point. So let me log out. We could try and compile Bash. We could try and compile Bash and just do Neofetch. We could try and compile NetHack and make it a universal application. I kind of want... I'm kind of tempted to go the Bash route. Like, I'm actually thinking I like that. Because that was what we tried to do with Amex and failed. But this machine, this is not quite as bad as Amex. So let's see if we can manage it. And actually, we might even just be able to go ftp gnu.org. Yep, okay, no, that FTP is a little bit too old. Let me grab a copy of Bash and upload it to this machine. So, yeah, so the FTP client on this system is completely ancient. So let me just, like I said, I'm just going to grab Bash and then throw it into the on the FTP server. We need Bash 3.2 I guess 5.7 will work. And then I just need to make... Okay. Alright, that's uploading at... Wow, that's going to take a bit. Like... Next step is not super fast. Okay, cool. So now we have bash source. I will say that whenever I set up a new system, bash is pretty much the first thing that gets set up. 3.257. Is it GCcat on this one? It's probably GCcat. Yep, there we go. Okay. That is now extracting. Let me see if I can make the font bigger. I don't actually know if I can... I don't... Oh, yeah, here we go. Font... larger? Larger? I'm assuming that helps for chat. Okay, cool. That is going. That is, in fact, going. Yes, this is a real Next box. It is a NeXTstation. So here's how I'm doing it, is I've got a breakout cable that has the DB9 on both ends. It's coming out of the NeXTstation. I've got the CRT right here next to me, and then I have a VGA on the other end. The VGA goes into a scaler. The scaler is then the scaler spits out HDMI, and then I have a splitter. One HDMI cable goes to the monitor, and the other one goes to the capture card. Like I've got like 4 adapters to make this work. And yeah. I mean, the fact that you can make the font bigger was kind of a novel feature in this day and age. In fact, I could actually change the font. Like, wow, that is not a lot of font choices. That is not a lot of font choices. Although I do like that actually better. Let me do 18. And let's make it bold. You know what? Let's go with oblique. And, you know, that's a little bit too... What's bold oblique look like? No, I think that one worked the best. This was actually this was not a standard feature when this came out. Like, that was one of the big things of NeXTSTEP. Like, even Windows didn't have the ability to do fonts like this. It's why NeXTSTEP was the standard for desktop publishing for so many years. Yep. Yep. And on top of that, I mean, PostScript is very well supported on NeXTSTEP. You know, do I have Bash? Do they? Yeah, there is no Bash, unfortunately. All right. So Bash 3257. So I am curious. So this is actually C shell. So I forgot what the default path is on NeXTSTEP. Okay, so it does actually put user local bin in, so that is where we're going to compile to. Now, hopefully, we've got enough of a shell that we can actually run this configure script. That is not a guarantee. This may be an exceptionally painful process. I don't even know what the triplex is for this system. I assume it's like M68K Next. Wow, it's not good. It's taking that long. I might need to invoke. It's not a good sign that the configure script is taking this long. In fact, that's a really bad sign. Hopefully...
it will start configuring soon. Like, I knew it was going to be slow. I didn't think it was going to be this slow. What is it doing? So, how's life? At some point, it will print a message. I don't actually know what the default SH is on NeXTstation. I'm really hoping it's not, like, something obscenely cursed. But I have my doubts. Like, I should be getting some output by now. Like, I see, I'm not even able to control C it. Do I have... I do not have Kish. Let's see what it's getting stuck on. It looks like it's doing some sort of loop. And it looks like it gets stuck on the loop. So it's dying pretty... I think it's stuck in an infinite loop. It may not like the version of SAD like that. Do I have GSAD? No, I do not. I have this distinct feeling. Oh yeah, you know, I don't have page up, page down on this keyboard. That's like one of the few things that drives me a little crazy, that this keyboard does not have page up, page down. Yeah, so this is where it's dying. It probably does not like the version of SAD. This was actually a problem with some other things I've tried, like very old SAD. It really will break things. Like, this can't be GNU SAD. It is not. Let me grab a new version of SAD because we're going to need it. Like, what would be a good period correct SAD? Bear with me, I didn't, like, I wasn't expecting to have to do this. Like, there's a... Yeah, you know what? SAD 4 would work, you know, that's from 2004, like, it's not too new, not too old. So yes, we need a new, I think we're going to need a new SAD. Just out of curiosity, does this work? Yeah, no. I had hoped at least it has GCCat, which helps. 9 tar GZ. And hopefully its configure script is a little less stupid. I might have to do this incrementally. Like I said, this is where you start running into some serious problems with doing anything with NeXTstation. I might need a much older version of SAD because this may be too new to actually work. Although there is a bootstrap.sh file, which is actually probably going to be our savior. To build the shell, you must give me these utilities free. Building the BSD tools on something that isn't BSD and
is not very Unix-like, because NeXTstation does some very weird stuff. So can I just run bootstrap.sh? Yes, in fact, that does in fact work. Okay, we're building. That actually worked. Okay, like we are definitely in the deep voodoo territory, but it's at least understandable why things have gone. The compiler, it choked. Why did it choke? Might need an older SAD. What line did it die on? 307 is what it died on. Oh, that's right, and I have to actually scroll it back down. Right, the find utility doesn't work the way you think it does. This version of GCC probably doesn't understand that syntax. Alright, let's try that now. I could get in a much older set that I know I'll be able to build, and then I could start the bootstrap chain. Like, I'd like to be able to upgrade... There is actually ways to upgrade CC. Like, if I install OpenStep, I can get... I think that has GCC 2.7 on it. And... let's see here. I think that was the compiler problem, because it's actually building... Hey, it actually built that file. So, okay, that's why it in fact died. We might actually have a set that will work. I'm going to step away from the keyboard for a moment. Give me a moment. That build or that die? Oh. 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 Probably need to change config.h. Alright, so it doesn't like this mem move thing. Okay, so it's have mem move has to be probably removed from config.h. Probably it's not even in this bootstrap file. You know you're getting really deep in the weeds when you actually have to modify config.h by hand. It's not old version, it's this hardware physically does not support color. Like, this NeXTstation does not have any support for color hardware. The operating system does. NeXTSTEP 2.0 was the first that actually supported it. I think the dimension board was the first time you could actually use color with NeXTSTEP, but I don't know a lot about the dimension board. They are very rare and very expensive. So, yeah. I mean, black and white displays basically stuck around at least a little bit. I want to say until the early 2000s, like, the high-resolution desktop panels, maybe not as late as the 2000s, definitely the late 90s, they were still around at least to some degree. Okay, so let us see if we can get a working set. It's compiling. Like, what I would love to have is like a bootstrap kit that I could basically take. Oh, cool. Did that actually work? That did actually, in fact, work. So now we need to copy this to user bin local. Are you really? Yeah, okay, it is in fact that dumb that it doesn't like the trailing slash. Right, so now can we actually, so now, according to, if we had to do a bootstrap, we now need to be able to run configure. Can we actually run configure? That's not looking optimistic, but let's give it a moment. I think it's spinning. I don't think it's making progress. What is it doing? What is it getting stuck on? I guess is the question I'm wondering on. We may need a less stupid shell. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me Control-C this. What's it called? Echo path. What is this shell? That is correct. Like, this is... Like, how do we don't have... Do SH. What shell is this? I think this is the original BSD shell. Yeah, you know, it is. Because, look. Oh, you can background it. Okay, hold on. So what... I don't think this... I think this shell is so ancient, it can't actually run a configure script, so... Let me try a much older version of Bash. Let me try Bash 2.7a. Because if we can't run a configure script, we're not getting anywhere. Alright, so... We definitely have some... We definitely have some circular dependency. I'm not used to not being able to run a configure script. Like, even MX, which was from 94, could do it. But I might have to build, like, KSH by scratch. Like, how is this script this broken? How is it this broken? Like, I'm trying to think what else we could use to build with, and I'm coming up blank. I mean, MKSH is a potential option. I really don't want to go down that road. Like, if I... Like, PDK... 93 would be... 83 probably... I probably could build the 93 one without that much trouble, if I'm going to be perfectly honest. Let me grab the source code, because I think I'm going to actually need it. Here, public domain. Alright, so while that's extracting, let me grab some source code here. Okay, so that is still down extracting. Let's see here. Search. I think I'm going to try MKSH if that's really what's going to come down to. But let's see if we can build the old bash. Let's see if this version of bash's configure script is usable. Oh! Oh, look! It's actually doing something! Yes! Oh, no! Why can't... Oh, greatest anime betrayal is right there. Why did it die? Why did it die? C compiler can't create. What? Well, that ain't right. Why doesn't it work? Failed program was declaration configured defines. So I think it probably doesn't like the configure defines, but I don't see. But because it deletes the temporary file, I can't see why it doesn't like it. That's a little cursed. And when I say a little, I mean yes. That's extremely cursed. CC is just GCC.
Yeah, I'm going to just try and get a less bad shell. Yeah, alright, so that's uploading. I mean, maybe. I didn't actually expect it to be this painful, but, you know, it happens. Okay, then. That basically fell over right there at the word go. Is there no make file here? I don't think there's a make file. If I do build.sh and we do dir name, I think I just need to make this that. Unknown option. I'm having a bootstrapping problem here. Can I move the microphone closer to myself? Yeah, I mean, that's probably as best I can get it. I can make it louder on the base system, but... My guess is the shells were just a little bit too pathetic. Let me see if I can find the original KSH source. Okay. So apparently KSH's source is on GitHub, so let me check it out, tar it up, and then copy it over. Still checking out because Git is slow. Actually, they have stable releases. I should grab that. Alright. Alright, so that's uploading. That's uploading. Alright, let's try, let's see if we can build KSH, because this doesn't look like it has much of a configure system. It looks like it just run make. Or so I hope. We'll see. I mean, we're basically going, I mean, you know, I thought the NT-POSIX system was rock bottom, but apparently not, because apparently you can, in fact... I mean, I could try Bash 1.0. That would probably be enough to run a more modern configure script. I didn't realize that this would even potentially be a problem. Like, it didn't even occur to me that the SH in next step is that bad. I mean, Considering that the Bash developers got my AIX bug, they actually fixed it. Shockingly enough, they fixed the broken configure check. There was a few other ones, but I did get Bash 5 to build. More or less, maintainers will largely fix things as long as they don't have to put a lot of work into it. This is NeXTStep 3.3 from 1994. And it is very much reminding me why the BSDs went out of vogue, I guess is the word I'm going with. Because NeXTStep basically never got any updates to the Unix parts. So it's really like a 1980s Unix that they were selling all the way until 1999. Like, that is the best description of NeXTStep I can give. And, you know, with a 25 megahertz processor, it's not going to be particularly stellar either. I don't know. We haven't been able to run a configure script. We're currently in the process of complete. I didn't think this was going to be a problem, but we can't even know what we're missing because we can't run configure. Like, that is an impressive level of bits being missed. That's a lot of source code. I hope this does not take a long time to build. I'm really probably being optimistic about this. So let's see here. Wow, command not found. Apparently we don't have enough of a POS6 environment to actually do this. I'm going to need an older shell. You know what? I'm going to grab the very first release of Bash because I might be able to compile that.
I'm just grabbing Bash. This is Bash.1.4.
You know, at least we have disk space, which is definitely an improvement where I've been on using this machine before. I mean, I don't even remember seeing Bash 1 in the wild. I guess ancient Linux must have used it, but question mark? Yep. Let's see here. I think I've probably seen those sources and then have blocked it out. Like, I've looked at a lot of ancient Unix source code, like I've seen some pretty ooga booga things in places, but you know, this is good experience because at some point I am going to find the will to install SunOS on the Spark Station, and I am going to know what using that CC is going to take. We are trying. Bash is configured to auto-configure? Wow, this is so old it didn't use auto tools. That's actually a good sign. We might actually be able to build it. Like, no, look, it actually detected that we're on NeXTStep. It's building! Yeah, making Bash 1.17 for a Next running NeXTStep. It's building! It is building! Okay, this is probably going to take a while. Let's play NetHack for a bit.
Wow, I can feel the system lagging. So let's open the font panel. Oh man, I don't have color. That is going to make this a bit of an exciting journey. Let's go, in fact, all the way up to 24. If we're going to do NetHack, I don't think. Yeah, you can't telnet to hard font. NAO you can, however. Okay, so yeah. That works, because we're going to have to kill some time here. So while that compiles, and we'll keep an eye on it, we're just going to play with default settings. I'm going to roll random. Ooh, a priest. A lawful priest. That could be interesting. Although without color, this is going to be interesting. I've never tried to play NetHack without color. I should actually disable it in the settings. Yeah, we need to disable color support. Yes, okay. That is better. Now we know that we don't have color. We should be able... Let's see here. Oh, you want me to play with the number... Yeah, you do want me to play the number pad. No, I'm not doing that. Silent. Why am I not seeing number pad? There it is. Number pad. Number pad is off. Hey, there we go. Now we can play NetHack. God, this is weird without even the curses UI. I don't even know what Fluffy we're on. We've been through so many NetHack characters. Yeah, see, here's the problem. Without color, I can't tell what that is. Okay, so that's just a Lynchon, which is what I assumed. And we started with a +1 mace, small shield, a robe. Wow, those are possibly that is possibly the worst starting inventory you can get as a priest. Detect food and light. That is abysmal. Those are like the two most useless spells I could have started with. Okay. You know what? We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it. This is fine. Large box. I don't have a dagger, so I can't pick it. Okay, so I can't go that way because there's a monster behind that. Grab that gold. I do really, at some point, and I don't know when it's going to happen, I do very much want to try and grind out an Ascension on NetHack. It's kind of interesting. I can literally see the terminal drawing because it's just so old. So that, I don't know if folks saw that, but alright, so I need to move out. There was a cursed gray stone that tells me that was a lodestone. Alright, and I just want to grab that gold, and then let's head on to the next level. Is my heat not good? Is my sound bad? Alright, and actually we need to heal up because our HP is a bit low. And why do we have two? Okay, so the terminal is just not updating. Ooh, a ring. Yeah, so the novelty with... Alright. So I don't... Am I wearing armor? I'm wearing a robe.
If that's a ring of polymorph, that could... I'm actually going to take the rope off for now, because if that is a ring of polymorph, at least it is something. Like, there's only a handful of rings that are truly harmful. Let's see here. We have a plate mail. It's too heavy for me to use. Ooh, a magic whistle. That is actually a really good find for this part of the game.
So, it's turn 400. If I don't polymorph by turn 600, that will tell me that this is not a ring of polymorph, because it should turn me... I think it's once every few hundred turns.
Let's see here. Do I have the text food, but it doesn't really help me.
Yeah, I don't even have the energy to cast it. That is... This is miserable. Alright, so there's a down staircase. Oh, is this done? No, it's not done yet. Sad face. I'll move this a bit down, further down. So... Alright. We're doing NetHack because we're waiting for compile. This is a bit of a novelty. We don't have color in our NetHack. I don't even have the curses UI. I think we're done with this level. That plate mail could be really useful, but it's so heavy. I mean, our starting strength was 12. That's about as low as it goes for humans. We could try and raise our strength. Strength is one of the easier attributes to actually level up. Yeah, wow, you can see how weak I am. Strength, one of the ways we can exercise strength is by pushing boulders back and forth. So, if we exercise strength and level up, we might be able to use that plate mail. Actually, that's exactly what happens. You feel strong, which means we gained a strength point, which is very much our friend right now. I think I want to go see if I can lift that plate mail, but if we grab the plate mail and drop our spell books, we can probably do it. And then the magic whistle will make our pet teleport to us. And I just noticed there's 2 downstairs in this level. Okay. So that means the way to the mines is here. So if we drop our spell books, I can in fact pick that up. And now we have an AC of 0. That is actually a really good place to be. Problem is we've got like we have like no carrying capacity. That's probably the right call for this part of the game now. Alright, so we are feeling hungry on turn 700? You know what? I'm pretty sure that ring is a ring of hunger then. Like, I should not be hungry that easy and that early to the game, so that is almost certainly a ring of hunger. Being level 1, the mines are a death sentence right now, so let's go down here. So this is dungeon level 3. Oh, those boulders in the same spot. Oh, I'm weak. Do I have food? I have like... Wow, that is like nothing. Let me take some hits, because if we're going to do this, I could pray. If I get my HP low enough and I pray, I think I have to get down to 4. That'll do it. Well, I only got contentment, but okay, you know what, that's fine. Let's head back to the stairs and heal up. Like, priests are decent spellcasters. They just have problems with the biggest weakness of priests is they have horrible weapon skills. They're not as bad as monk, but monk at least can do stuff with with just their hands. All right, yeah, let's heal up. All right, I'm actually gonna let my pet just kill things for me because, again, we are very, very squishy. Oh, we got some donations. Anonymous, 2 anonymous donations for $20 and $5. So, definitely off to a good start on the stream. We are what? 3 hours in, and we are $200 up. I will say that is a victory, because again, we are basically just waiting for things to compile. I almost feel like I just want to build a native version of NetHack, though. I feel like there was a NeXTstation-based UI, Acid Blob. I don't think I want to deal with that. Is that a dog? No, that is a jackal. And it dropped an amulet. Interesting. What is this? That is a brown mold. That we're just gonna leave alone. How close am I to leveling up? I think I just need one more bit of experience and I will level up. Maybe not. We may need more than that. Okay. Ooh, a wand. That is actually useful. Blessed Milky Potion. I'm going to leave that where I found it. I will grab that Pine Wand. Okay, so let's hold on. Not enhance. Why can't I think of command? It's not control. Hold on. Why can't I remember what the command is? The keyboard layout's a little bit different on this physically, so my muscle memory is a little bit off. I don't know how much longer. I'm thinking I'm getting increasingly tired. This may not be a long stream because of the very much lack of sleep. Oh, is this done yet? Oh, it is done. Okay, hold on. We do have a bash. We have a better shell. Okay, so this is a version of bash that doesn't really understand anything, but we can just copy it there. And now we should be able to get a less bad version of bash. Okay, so now if I do bash configure prefix user local. Right, I had to run rehash there. Oh, look, it's starting to build. This is a bit slow. Come on, fingers crossed, fingers crossed, fingers crossed. It's going. Yeah, it's running those configure scripts. Yeah, you know, I did forget prefix. It doesn't really matter, but I probably should do this correctly. Let's see here. Apparently. Okay.
paste. Yeah. Like, the lack of prefix really won't make a difference, but it's good to have it correct. I'm very tired. Honestly, I might just see if we can compile Bash, and if we can compile Bash, that may be the end of the stream, because I'm fading just a little bit, but... Configure is generally going to be a lot slower than the actual build, but remember, it is a 25 megahertz processor. Like, we're probably waiting for about 20 to 30 minutes for configure to run. But I'm going to give commentary as it goes. So right now we're testing if it is an ANSI compiler, because a lot of CCs aren't. The -G switch means it doesn't support debugging, and now it's trying to figure out where some of the symbols are. And this is how you get the road to Neofetch. Bash 3.2 is the only requirement of Neofetch. That's why I selected that version. I still can't believe I had to build Bash 1.0 to get this far. I think what I'm going to do is I at least want to get to the 4-hour mark. I think this is going to have to be a short stream, just because I am already fading, and that's not a good sign. Like, I got maybe 3 hours of sleep, if that. The problem is that on average my rate of donations is pretty consistent, so if I don't keep streaming, we're not going to make it to that 5K. So it's for a good cause, question mark? Well, no, it is for a good cause. It's just I'm exhausted. I mean, when I went looking through YouTube, you can see, like, all the public charities. There's very few people that actually do fundraising on YouTube. It's like, I don't think I saw another one for Trevor Project. Like, when we did the Planned Parenthood streams, we did a fair number of them, and I saw a few others. I didn't see any for National Network of Abortion Funds, but NNAF is not that commonly known, so okay. But I think I think what really kills it is that so many people are fearful of some of the narratives that go with LGBT youth, and they basically just pretend it doesn't exist. Which is depressing. I mean, how do I want to put this? I don't specifically define myself as anything. The best I can say is I fall into the general category of non-conforming, but a lot of that is because I have physical disability. I have a sleep disorder. But I spent a lot of my life just feeling like, I don't want to use the word broken, but I'm having trouble coming up with something else. Like, I knew I didn't fit with reality, but I didn't fit with the expectations of society, is the way I'm putting it. Oh, anonymous, $50 donation and £100. Wow. Rack time. No, you know, I do want to finish this thought, because, you know, I think it's relevant, and my early childhood was a lot of moving around. Like, I went to elementary school in Westchester County. It's just north of New York City. And I was sent to boarding school and middle school at my first year of high school. Like, I don't have people from... I have a few friends from middle school that I actually still talk to. But from high school all the way to college, I don't even remember anyone my own age, because I didn't stay in a place long enough for more than a year. Like, I was against going to boarding school. It was not my choice. But you accept it. It was not a good period in my life, because it was really when the sleep issues started becoming manifest.
if my mother is to be believed, and I have no reason to doubt this, I never started sleeping through the night until I was like 3 or 4, which is extremely abnormal for toddlers. I remember being in my room as a kid. I must have been 6 or 7. I ran out of storybooks to read. I started reading technical reference manuals because they were thick. That's why I learned how to use computers, because we had one in the house. My dad's a scientist. He's actually at Johns Hopkins these days, but at the time he was at Albert Einstein College of Medicine in the Bronx. So we had a bunch of computers because he did medical research. He had the cutting edge, and so I had a collection. Like, the first computer I remember owning that was mine is I had a hand-me-down AST Premium Exact laptop with a color screen because my dad replaced it for a ThinkPad 380D. I actually still have the ThinkPad 380D. It's the one I have now. So, people keep saying I need to have the mic closer. Hold on. Is that better if I do it like this? Like, let me move the orientation. I'm not used to keeping it on the filming desk, and people are not really talking to me all that much. So, I mean, that's a lot of how it got started. I am an only child. I have no siblings. Not that I really think it would have made much of a difference if I was the only one who was awake at 2 in the morning. I mean, I remember pacing in my room, unable to sleep, and then having problems in school because I couldn't stay awake. Like, that's a lot of what I remember my childhood. It was not I didn't find happiness for many years, and even then, it's very long periods of just existing is the word I'm going to go with. It's gone better in the last 2 years for me, but I don't know if I'll ever say it's good. So, we are building Bash 3.2. If it's really that loud, I can lower it, but I don't know. I've been like, when I decided to take a break from traditional YouTubing, like, I didn't make that like, after the Sun PCI video, I couldn't figure out what was wrong with it. I still can't tell you that. I ultimately did the season 2 video because I had the end of season 1 because I had to be able to make a clean break for myself because I had to figure out what was going on. And I've been doing a lot of soul searching in the intervening years, and a lot of why I talk about my life is because no one really does. Like, you watch a lot of streamers on YouTube and they talk about what they're doing, like, and that's true of me too. Like, I talk about compiling stuff while I'm compiling stuff, but we have a lot of dead air on this channel. It's just kind of what we do. And I used to drift from community to community. I mean, my Discord server, is basically, I decide, I'm tired of finding new communities. I'm just going to take the community with me. It's like building your own version of a bar, because I've been in a lot of YouTube creator servers. It just comes with the territory, and I don't want to say they're cold places, but it's very cookie cutter is the sense that I'm going, because it's like the names are entirely interchangeable because it's all about one topic. It's actually how I feel about a bunch of vintage computer discords. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Like, I am in those discords because they are amazing resources, but they are not where I go to socialize. Neofetch does not support NeXTStep. I'm going to have to code it in. We probably should compile an editor. I think compiling Nano might not be a bad idea, or Vim. Maybe Vim. I'm thinking Vim is not a bad idea here. I would say that a lot of what it boiled down to me is because the sleep issue was manifested so early in my life, I never really had a chance at normal.
but I don't regret that. Like, I made something of being disabled. A lot of people will never be able to do that because I just happen to have a skill that I can work with. Like, when I was at Mixer, FTL was a one-man project. I was living by myself in a studio apartment in the outskirts of Rochester, New York. I ended up there after I left Alaska. I had actually intended to rejoin the fire service, and when that fell through, I went and got my EMT basic certification with the intent of becoming a paramedic. It didn't happen for a lot of reasons, but FTL was a way to pay the bills. Like, I had applied to be a job as a Minecraft system admin. I had actually applied to MC Pro Hosting. And somewhere between submitting that job application and when I came out the other side, I, in a very, very literal sense, redefined what was considered possible on the open internet, because WebRTC was new at that point. It had been out maybe a year. Like, Firefox had only recently gone it. It wasn't in the most recent LTS release. Chrome had it. Like Janus, which is like what everyone uses because WebRTC sucks. It was like on a 0.1 release. Like, the predominant fault was that video was going to replace Flash, but the video tag was actually a worse experience at that point. Like, YouTube was experimenting with the HTML5 beta. You could opt into it, but it wasn't a good experience. I mean, a lot of why Google started making Chrome was to fix that problem. Like, I remember that. I mean, I never considered it an interesting life. I just considered it my life. It was only many years after the fact that I realized how absurd, like, that my life runs on applied bullshit. You know, I'm going to grab something because I want to show it on camera. This is actually I'm going to switch the view. I actually found this the other day when I was cleaning. This is my badge for ICANN 66, and unlike anyone else in the room, it literally says that I am there as an independent. It needs to be higher. It needs to be there independent. And I was involved with ICANN to the point that I made I wrote, it's not so much I made a large contribution to policy, but I was selected for fellowship twice. I represented ICANN at an Arwin meeting, which is interesting. Not so much ICANN, sorry. I represented the North American At-Large Association, which is basically anyone in North America who uses the internet. I even got funding for a DNS project. And, you know, like I said, I didn't think about that at the time, but I was the only one in the room who was there because they weren't being paid to. Like, I was there because I wanted to be there. I learned a lot about how policy works. I mean, it was an outstretch of the stuff that I was doing for, you know, whistleblower software, because before I was doing ICANN, I was a developer on Global Leaks. I did the port to Windows. And before that, what was I doing? Oh yeah, no, I between Mixer and Global Leaks, I ended up like being part of two startups, and they just one of them we actually shipped a product. The other one, I was basically in a suit and talking funny things to try and get venture capital. Yep. Let's see here. Yeah. I mean, right now, so Eva, just to touch base, we just replaced the hard drive on this NeXTstation. The old hard drive worked fine. I just needed something that was bigger than 200 megabytes. We are now actually now that I actually can have enough hard drive space to install the developer tools. And hey, look, there's our friend Stir to IMAX. Like, I just flashed back to AIX something fierce. we're seeing if we can actually get Neofetch going in some regard. I'm not super optimistic, but I'm gonna try. But going back to what I was saying beforehand is I've never had a specific direction in my life, but I've never really minded where I've ended up, because it's not so much. I know it sounds passé. It's not the journey. It's I have followed the road that makes the most sense every time I've reached a crossroad, and it's taken me to some very strange places. Like, no one should play tourist in Iraq. Like, no one in the last 20 years, and that was a really interesting weekend. I went ice skating. I even mentioned that. I even showed the photos in the Season 1 finale video. So, let me bring the view back. So, I don't know. It's like, yeah, I'm very much out of touch with the world, and it's not a bad thing, but it was something that took a very long time to come to terms with. Like, you know, people who are, you know, if you're LGBT, it's not like it comes with a manual. You basically go through life until you decide that the standard template that exists for humans doesn't fit you, and then you need to figure out what it is. I know people that do de-radicalization work. It just comes with the territory when you do humans' rights stuff, because, you know, ultimately speaking, we all live on a planet, or if I go with the Seinfeld line, we all live in a society, and at some point we need to be able to live with each other. And it's why I spent a lot of time understanding the end results that basically the 1945 to the 1970s in Europe, understanding how de-radicalization played out in practice, or didn't, as it is. Because, you know, I remember where I was on January 6th. I remember where I was when the towers came down. I was here for that. Well, I was in Connecticut at school, but I remember it. I was in Miss Solomon's biology class when they told us they had turned off the school internet. And because I am me, I was able to get around that because, well, I'm NCommander. And I was the one who was telling people that Tower 2 had collapsed. Tower 1 had not fallen at that point. Like, we didn't know, like for the first 2 hours after 9/11, no one had known that it was a terrorist attack. There hadn't been a plane hijacking in living memory. And it was initially reported that there had been an incredible accident and a plane had struck the World Trade Center. It wasn't until the second impact that anyone had realized until the general public realized what had happened. And I think for myself, because I was 14 at the time, I don't think I realized the implications until much later. Yeah. So, and to answer chat, the software supports color, the hardware does not support color. So, I mean, ow, my leg just cramped something fierce. You know, like, nothing in my life would affect has affected the global events. Like, I haven't made that much of an impact, but I was Matt. Here's how FTL happened. Like, this is how I explain how people change the world without actually doing it, because I didn't really understand the implications of FTL when I did it, and FTL was very much a one-man show. I had some help with doing instrumentation and the web player, but I used a lot of off-the-shelf libraries, but I wrote Styx, I wrote Plex, I made the fork of OBS that was called Tachyon, and I also wrote Charon. I designed the protocol. My name is all over that project. You can still find it in the public Microsoft archives of Mixer. I'm using FTP because NFS and NeXTSTEP has problems. Yeah, it's actually was studied. There's a study. It came out in the late '90s that, like, even 10 years after the fact, anyone who witnessed the Challenger explosion actually can remember exactly where they are, and to a high degree of accuracy. It's just a matter of how the brain remembers trauma of some sort. Like, I could tell you exactly what Miss Solomon's classroom. I was in the center front desk because I was the type of student that would play games on their laptop because, good lord, biology class is boring. So it became this game where everyone was trying to prove that I was doing it, but I wasn't. And it's why I used to play NetHack a lot, because it's a game that is very easy to alt-tab out of. I used to play Escape Velocity Nova, but Nova is a full-screen game. NetHack is a terminal window, and everyone used to know I used to do programming, so I always used to have terminal windows open. No one would question it. And I believe it was the headmaster of school, I believe it was Dr. Griffin, walked into the classroom and had said that there had been an accident at the World Trade Center. Yeah, he told me us a plane. He said that for any student that has parents at the World Trade Center, you may go to your student advisor, and we will try and contact your parents. And I remember I was in that office because my mom worked in Manhattan. I didn't know where she was relative to the World Trade Center, but what we hadn't known at the time is that when the towers collapsed, pieces of metal pierced the nearby Verizon building and severed the phone lines. So calls from Westchester County couldn't get through to Manhattan. So I remember calling my mom's cell phone number over and over again, and I didn't know what had happened. My father showed up, actually, and took me home. Or, well, he didn't take me home. We went to his workplace in the Bronx. Albert Einstein College of Medicine is based out of, Evisha University. It's right off Pelham Parkway. If I could show you on a map. And we went up to the roof, and it was me and a whole lot of other people, and we were looking towards Manhattan, and you just could see smoke and fire rising up over the island, and that's how I remember it. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I know, talking with other people, I know the people that experienced it who are not from New York City experienced it different than I did. Like, if you see the Bobby Broccoli video, there's actually a point where he talks about the problems at Bell Labs, and one of the things that very much hurt morale was that Bell Labs is literally about a 30-minute drive. It's actually very close to where I am. I've never actually been there, but it's in Murphy, New Jersey, which is, I want to say that's exit 13 on the turnpike, but don't quote me on that. It's not far from where I live. Yeah. And also, configure finish. It's making make files, so that is progress. Apparently, this is going to be a reminiscing with NCommander stream, but, you know, this has helped. Over the last 6 months, I've really looked up a lot of people I've known and see what they've become. You know, I've known people that have joined the military. I've known people that basically joined the Peace Corps. I've known people that have transitioned. I've known people that got married, had kids, got divorced. Like, it's, and not always the people that you'd be surprised, but, you know, one of the things I remember is I was at ICANN, I think it was 65 or 64. It was in Marrakesh. And I had booked it that I was going to be in Marrakesh, and then I was going to continue on to Tunis for RightsCon, because that was very much at the height of my global leaks and human rights sort of thing. And I had about a day to kill. The meeting was over, but I wasn't. RightsCon was a week out, so I was planning. So I sat in a coffee shop. I couldn't tell you exactly where it is, even if I looked on a map. I probably couldn't find it again. I just sat in this very Arabic, like, I don't say Arabic, I guess Moroccan, but it was very much the thing that you would think of when I say Arabian Nights. It was a very large building with a dome ceiling. You're sitting on cushions. Very authentic coffee house. And so I'm sitting there drinking coffee, and I'm just reading a book on my Kindle. And next to me is a market square, and I must have been there for about 6 hours. And I would probably read a chapter. I would look up, and I'd probably watch the square for about 10 minutes, and then I'd go back to reading. And, you know, it's not the first time I've done that. I did that in Dominican Republic. I've done that. I know I've done that in Canada. I've done that in a lot of places in the United States. I even do it on Path here on occasion when I really get bored. My biggest problem is I'm such a fast reader. Like I read the most recent Dresden Files book in about 14 hours. Like, I don't buy books because I go through them too fast. Yep. So, yeah, I know it's recheck time, but yeah. See, I don't remember. I have to make conscious effort to remember Columbia. But Columbia was, I think I was at boarding school. What year was Columbia? Columbia was 2004. So, one of the big milestones of my life where I very much learned that I don't know when to give up. My elementary school was in Pelham, New York. My middle school was in Connecticut. But because of reasons, my mom wanted me to continue in boarding school, so she had me transfer to a boarding school in Massachusetts. But because of the differences in credits, I was actually left back. I was always a straight C student, but I never failed out. It was just due to the differences of standard between the Connecticut and the Massachusetts program. And, you know, I kind of took that a little personally, and I actually ended up taking an accelerated program when I transferred from that, because then my final school was actually in Manhattan. It was the only high school that I was there for more than a year. I took an accelerated road and summer school. I was in nonstop schooling for about 18 months to graduate on time had I not been left back. Hey, Action Retro, we are playing with the ancestor of macOS 10. We just upgraded the hard drive. We are now trying to make Neofetch go. I think it's going to rebuild that entire configure script. Like, I really hate the fact that it's doing that, but we're going to have to wait for it to do that. There's nothing I can do. Yeah, we're just going to have to wait for recheck. There's nothing we can do. I should have given it -C so it would have cached. Like, that was a stupid thing on my mark. I'm just... Oh, well. If we have to reconfigure, we have to reconfigure. So be it. I do prefer Auto Tools over CMake. Like, one of the big things with working in operating system development is I build everyone's package. Like, when I started getting... So, let me explain how I got involved with Ubuntu. I have this very strange thing that I have never been hired for the job that I've applied. In fact, I've never been hired on the strength of my resume. I've been hired for other reasons, but... This was my sophomore year of college. The health issues were starting to become very bad, and I had very much lack of meaning in my life. Like, I had started Rochester Institute of Technology as a computer engineering tech, and then I switched majors to information technology. And I hated it. I absolutely hated it. It felt like the biggest waste of time. It was literally learning to do things that I already knew so I could get a better job. And it's like, what's the point of going to college for this? So I had to fight with my parents over this. They were not happy about this decision. I changed my major to criminal justice. Like, I could do computers for the sake of doing computers. I was good with them then. I wanted to do something with my life. So I decided that I was going to go into criminal justice. I was involved with the RET ambulance, the college ambulance at that point. So I decided that I probably could not make a full-time career out of being a firefighter. The sleep issue, being a volunteer was taxing on me, and actually being a volunteer was not easy. I had wanted to go into the military. My parents very much took objection to that. Firefighting was the compromise. And it wasn't because I had any direct desire to, go off and fight a war. It's because I had the distinct notion that I had a need to serve. Like, I remember reading the ROTC stuff, and I was seriously looking at doing the Coast Guard. Like, the way you do that is you do a naval ROTC, and then at the end of the program, you apply for the Coast Guard. And I came close enough that I talked with a recruiter on several occasions. I think the only reason I didn't actually do it is I didn't think I could make the physical requirements. I mean, I do wonder what my life would have been like if I had actually tried. Like, if I had actually tried to join the Coast Guard, even if I had washed out a basic. I was like, I don't know, like, I'm trying to figure out the right way to say this, because this is not an easy point to articulate. I do believe people have a civic duty to their society. Like, I know many people, when they've gotten jury duty notices, they do everything in their power to get out of it. And it's not hard to get out of jury duty. It really isn't. You really just have to prove that you know the law, and that is the easiest way to get out. I was called up for grand jury duty in the state of New York. Probably 5 years, which means I'm actually probably going to get a jury duty notice sooner rather than later. Grand juries are a bit different than petty or trial juries. There is no exemption from grand jury duty, except on medical grounds. So I got my number. I reported to the New York Supreme Court, which is the lowest level court in New York because it's New York. And basically the way it works is you have about a 1 free chance of getting called up. Everyone got assigned a number, and if your number comes up, you're going to get impaneled. If your number does not come out, you're exempt from jury duty for another 6 years because at least you showed up. And my number came up, and that was a problem because grand jury duty meant that I was going to have to sit in a jury room for it was for 2 weeks with no breaks, 9 to 5, something that is exceptionally difficult for me because of health issues. I spoke with the judge. I said, I can prove that I have a medical disorder. I want to serve. And the judge says, okay, I'm going to note it here, and you are impaneled in jury 2B. And I did it. It was hard. But it was fundamentally what I felt that had to be done as a member of a society. So I went because of where I was living, I was out in Brooklyn at that point, which actually makes going to grand jury suck. So I told my mom, I'm going to stay with you because my mom is in Manhattan. I slept on the couch for 2 weeks. I commuted on the 4 train to Brooklyn Bridge, and I did it. It really got hard towards the end, but I did see it through to the end, and the judge came at the end, thanked us for our service, and I got my check for $600. Oh yeah, you're right, Business H. Chat, that was a really good catch. I wish I noticed that. Okay, so we need to fix that. check. I think the way we handle this is make shell. You know, I can just disable recheck. And, you know, I'm just going to let it do it because I don't want to get overly complicated. That was a really good catch. Yeah. Well, that didn't help. I almost want to install Bash as bin.sh, but that has so many horrible ways of breaking stuff. I think I'm just going to comment this out. Like, this should not matter. Okay, apparently it is going to matter. Let's see if it starts building. Let's see if it starts building. At least now it's making progress. Chat, thank you for catching that. This is probably the Bill Joy VI. I mean, it would have come out of BSD, so it is probably the original Bill Joy VI. Like that's about as old as it gets. Alias wouldn't help here. I think I'd have to physically switch the file out, but you know, we could do that. It really is a question of how much it would break the boot scripts, but Bash tends to be fairly tolerant in what it will take. I just don't want to use bash 1.x. Oh, it's building! It's building! That... I feel so betrayed. God, I didn't even make... Okay then. And that's how that went. You know, I should actually use Bash because it's a less shitty shell. Please tell me I do have tab complete. Here. I think we just get rid of this. Permission denied. Wait, what? I guess I can't... let me see here. 644... Oh, yeah, see, it sees that it's on GCC, but it's getting confused because the GCC is so old that it's having problems. Okay, so where is this choking? I really hate all this preprocessor abuse. Like, I really dislike it. I'm writing out this file, am I not? Yeah, okay, so I'm writing out that file. type make, and then nothing changes. Oh, I see what it's doing. Yeah, okay. That explains why my changes are not being saved. Let me make sure this file compiles, and then we'll try and redo that. Yep, that file compiles. All right, there we go. Yeah, I'm just happy I'm not trying to build this as a fat binary, because I probably go a little bit mad in the attempt. I was probably talking about something interesting and then completely lost track of my train of thought. Anyway, I do think I'm going to want to get World Wide Web running on this, but at least now that I have it upgraded and such, it's a considerably more viable thing than it was beforehand. I might just even, like, I'm trying to think what games I'm going to load on this, because I do need this to be like a halfway decent sort of display, but I'm very happy with the amount of progress I've made thus far. Oh, I was talking about jury duty, right? So I think we heard like 25 cases. We indicted 24 and we dismissed 1. Which, it's a grand jury. You only ever hear the prosecution side of the story, but I do believe grand juries have a purpose, because grand juries are required on a federal level. They are also required on, I think, 16 states still have them. Most other states have gotten rid of that. The reason I think the grand jury has a reason for that is you still have to convince a bunch of people with evidence that the standard is called reasonable belief. Like, there was like one case of like breaking and entering, and the prosecutor had to show us that this person did X, Y, and Z, and had to show evidence. In the case of why did this fail to build? In case, without the grand jury, then it's just the judge that's making that decision, and there is a much lower standard in convincing someone who works in the legal system versus someone who is complete layman. Like, I do think the existence of a grand jury has value, although I think I am in the minority of people who believe that in this day and age. Why did that fail to build? Hold on. Let me look at that build error. Plural dot expression. Okay, so where is it? Where's it building? It's probably not where I want to look. Let me scroll up. You are where? Like, what folder are you actually building in? Okay, so you're still in. Oh, I really hate that pressing enter doesn't bring you back to the bottom. I think I'm just going to have to rerun the make command so I can just see what folder it's in, which is annoying. I actually think it was in that folder, but I don't want to rebuild the whole damn thing. Okay, so, I've only ever been summoned once, but I used to move so frequently that I wouldn't be surprised if they've tried to summon me and I was already out of state by the time my name came up. Because I was in, like, I know for a fact that when I applied for the apartment in Brooklyn, They wanted all your addresses for the last 10 years, and I'm pretty sure they stopped me somewhere on page 3. Yeah, no, that actually sounds about right. That sounds about right. Because, you know, like, in Alaska, I was only there for about 4 months. No, I was actually there longer in Alaska, because I didn't know what I had experienced on the other end of Canonical. Like, one of the big problems, why is it restarting this build from scratch? I mean, it's building quickly, but why is it rebuilding all this? Oh, I guess one of the files must have gotten replaced. Damn it. Alright, so if that's the case, I need to find this plural thing. Okay, there we go. I really wish I had a page up, page down key. Oh, GCC really doesn't like this syntax, does it? That's valid syntax. Alright, 37. Yeah, okay, no wonder. That goes away. Because this compiler says it's GCC, but it's a really bespoke version of GCC. Alright, hold on. Okay, there we go. Now we're getting somewhere. I will say that, you know, I never intended to go into live streaming. Like, I really didn't. Like, I don't know what compelled me to do it originally. Like, I had live streamed plenty of times before. In fact, I used to live stream Mixer, coding FTL while doing FTL. Like, it got meta. It wasn't so much it was expected while you're at Mixer that you're going to live stream, but you watch a lot of live streams when you're at Mixer. Like, I used to follow Impulse SV when he was on the platform. He's actually on Hermitcraft these days. Ghost from Texas, he was one of the very earliest. Like, there was a couple others I remember. No, I know that Control V, Control Y is, but the thing is, if you look at the keyboard cluster, and I'll actually switch the view so you can see it. If you look at the keyboard cluster, where page up and page down is the brightness. And there's the power button right next to it, and then the volume. Oh, you know, that is actually something I should do now that I have this machine usable. NeXTstations have really good DSPs. I've never seen that. Well, I should say, I've never heard them used. I don't even know if Previous fully emulates them. Like, I need to find some sort of mixer or something that uses it. Yeah. No, I really like typing on this keyboard. I really don't like using this keyboard. Like, I really want to replace my brightness keys with page up, page down. Like, I really want to. Yeah, I very much had to not accidentally turn the machine off. Like, it's almost happened like twice already on the stream. Okay, well, Bash is compiling nicely. Like, you know, for a 25 megahertz Motorola 68040, this is actually a pretty decent experience. I mean, the Intel Professional Workstation isn't particularly much faster than this. Oh, it's going to use Yak. Yeah, I think we're good. No, we're good. We're good. Yeah, this is 25 megahertz. There's a lot of specialized hardware that makes it less bad, but let me just run host info. Like, you can see it there in black and white. This machine, I believe my specific NeXTstation is from 1990, but it might be a little older than that. But I do need to go just buy more Sims, and I really need to take the system to 32 megabytes, if not 64. So there's that. Maybe I should install, you know, I wonder if I can install Telnet on the desktop, because then I could use the considerably less bad editor on the desktop and use that for my development environment. Like, I do want to pull out the Amiga at some point. It's just every time I pulled out that machine, something goes wrong. Like, I swear the video toaster is freaking possessed, and I have to rip it apart to replace the hard drive anyway. And that machine's like effing Jenga to take apart and such. Like, I've got to do it. I don't want to do it. My desktop is Windows 11. I could rig something up. I mean, if I really was determined, I could run OpenSSH. Actually, it probably wouldn't be even that hard to build OpenSSH on this, but I don't want to see SSH on a 25 megahertz processor. That just sounds painful. I'm doing all right. I don't really know that much about Amiga. Like, I've done a lot of stuff with Commodore, but I never had it as a kid, and I kind of find it's a bit crap. Like, I got into a pretty heated argument on the Classic MP Retro Computing Discord that the Commodore 128 was a disaster, and it got heated. Like, and that should not be a controversial opinion, because the C128 has some pretty serious design flaws that even Commodore insiders say, yeah, this is kind of garbage. So, question mark? Well, I mean, we are in fact compiling. It do be compiling. Like, this is probably the experience of being a RuneScape RuneScape YouTuber. Like, I played RuneScape a bit when I was a kid, and then the YouTube algorithm suddenly decided to feed me old school RuneScape, and I've discovered that there's one YouTuber in particular called Settled, who basically went through a 5,000 hour grind to do something that was believed to be impossible, and it's probably the... I gotta say that I really enjoy watching it, but I have absolutely no interest in RuneScape. Like, although, you know, I used to speedrun Kingdom of Loathing. I used to speedrun Kingdom of Loathing to the point that I was on the Bad Moon leaderboards, which is not an easy accomplishment. Display PostScript was a good idea executed. No, you know, it was a bad idea executed worse. Because displaying stuff on paper and displaying stuff on a screen are two very different things. And the problem is that PostScript is basically designed to render a state and call it good. More modern things are generally more flexible, that the screen has state, paper does not have state. So, okay. It do be compiling. Maybe I should just get the printer out. Like, you know, we could do that. While this compiles, I'm going to go get the printer and I'm going to put it on the desk. I might as well test it. So I'm just going to move some stuff around. Don't mind me. Because... Oh, good. The cable is actually right there. So, or is that the cable? Well, it's a cable. Alright, I've got the next LaserJet printer here. Oh boy. I can smell the toner. Yeah, so just to show, I'm going to move the camera. Printer. Gotta find the cables, but it is the next printer, as you can actually see it right here. Let's see here. Do I have is there a cartridge? Yeah, there is a toner cartridge in here. How old is... Actually, it's a standard LaserJet cartridge. You know what? I'll see how I feel when this is done compiling, and if I'm up to it, we'll test the printer. Okay. Well, this isn't an HP LaserJet. This is the next step proprietary one. I think it's a rebadged LaserJet of some kind, but the way I'm capturing it is I'm using a breakout cable that still plugs into the CRT, because actually my CRT is fried. It doesn't work. But I'm using a breakout cable that gives me standard VGA, and then the VGA is plugged into a scaler. The scaler then puts out HDMI. One goes to the LCD, which is what I'm looking at, and the other one goes into my capture card. Yeah. No, I think I do want to try that. We'll definitely take a go of it. I don't know if that's going to be a today thing, but I kind of... If someone on Discord... Alright, hold on. Raw jobs exit status. Okay. All right. Okay. So if we scroll up, raw job exit status. And what line did it fail on? Two two 5 oh, hold on. Ah, here it is. Execution status. I don't understand the error. Invalid operation to binary. Oh, it's probably one side of this is getting casted. Probably something like that. All right, let me just look at the chat. I like the comments about, I hope it doesn't become Mac OS 10. I do actually have a machine that can run Copeland. I haven't actually even tried to power it on. I picked it up at the last VCF, and it's been sitting on my shelf for... Why the flip is it running configure? No. Control C, Control C, Control C. Do not run configure. Do not run configure. Why is it... something must have regenerated the make file. Okay. Okay. Okay, alright. Right, see, it's going to touch config.h, which means it's going to restart a good chunk of the build process. That's fine. As long as this builds, we can just restart the build process. Hey, Daniel, I hope you're having a wonderful day in Oz. I've never made it to that part of the world. I've always wanted to, but for a variety of reasons, I've just never been to the bottom side of the planet. I have been to the top, though. I've actually been to the most northern, most western, and most eastern geographical extremes of North America that is accessible by road, which is Prudhoe Bay, Alaska, Land's End, Alaska, and not St. John's. What's the name? No, it is St. John's. St. John's, Newfoundland. And I drove all the way there, from starting in Oregon to both. Yeah, see, it just regenerated the make file. I don't know why it's doing that, but let's see if it successfully builds. Like, please stop. Just build the damn thing. Like, I don't want you to be doing this, but you're a fucking piece of shit. And I don't want to Control-C it in case it breaks the build. Like, normal auto tools isn't like this. This is just fucking Bash being stupid because Bash's configure script is overcomplicated. Max memory on this system should be 32. I've heard that you can, in fact, get 64 in there. It is 30-pin SIMs, and apparently 8-megabyte ones do work. I just need to find some. Like, 16 I can work with at least. This will, at some point, finish redoing all the steps that it already did. Because now I need to wait for it to do all these stupid steps all over again because this flippin'... Yeah, it's going to rebuild all of that, isn't it? That is really irritating. Like, I don't normally get that annoyed at slow builds, but that is an irritating one. It's a physical hardware problem, not a software problem. I don't know what the MMU in this system tops out at. Honestly, well, I'd be more interested in doing it on a different day. I'm not in the mood. I gotta be honest. I'm really trying not to expend a whole lot of brain cells today because I've had an incredible, like I said, it's been an incredibly rough week for me. This is the one bit of thing that I am doing for myself, and I do the charity streams because I want to do the charity streams. The other streams, like a lot, I very much want to be able to go full time doing YouTube. or I should say being able to do preservation and content creation work. It doesn't necessarily have to be YouTube. But for better or worse, I have a platform, I have a reputation, and I'm going to make something out of that. So the thing is, every time I charity stream, I do lose subscribers. In fact, I'm about net negative 500 subscribers since this time last month. It's the cost that I pay, and I don't regret it. I really don't. The part that is a little hard, and hopefully I don't have to like repeat the step 3 more times, but let's. Okay, hold on. Before I say that, I'm just going to comment out this one entirely. And probably now that I've done that, I should just be able to do this, and will it hopefully just do the right thing? It's like I'm trying to make it stop doing this. I just want it to build the damn thing, and it's not. Come on, interrupt. Interrupt! Alright, let's see here. Config headers. It's probably this one it's having problems with. Nope, it's still having problems. I'm going to run out of lines to comment out. Maybe it's this one. This one I actually need that rule, so because I know make requires it. Or well, not make, but auto tools. The other ones should be okay. Probably going to just rebuild a whole bunch of stuff and then maybe be okay. I hope. There is I think if I gave it disable maintenance mode, it would have been considerably less stupid. Yeah, so okay, now it's just going to try and build this one target, which is okay. Now, you can error out at some point. There it is. There she be. Alright. So... job exit. Alright, so it should be right around here. What's the part that it doesn't... See, unfortunately, the error is a little bit vague. So execution status. So integer fail, process. Probably I have to do a cast somewhere. I just don't know where. So register would be register size. Like, why is that declared register? Is there a specific... Like, that doesn't look like there's any specific reason that needs to be declared register. I think I can just call it an int and call... Like, I really hate when code gets cute. There's very few reasons why you should ever use register, and it's really when you have to talk with assembly. I mean, there are some optimization cases where it makes sense, but... Well, that's not quite right, but at least we're going the right way. Int fail. If I just get rid of register like that, what do I get? Because process is not a flag. Wow, I am in fact very tired. Okay, that's not a problem. I am wondering if we're going, how close we're going to get to the 5K goal on this stream. Like, we made probably $400 this far, maybe a bit more, because I think it was it was just like free. It was like 3,800 or a bit more when we started. I can't see the exact dollar amount from the streamer panel. Like, so if someone wants to tell me what the exact dollar amount is and put it in chat, I'd appreciate it. Like, I don't see why those are incompatible types in assignment. Like, what the hell's... I feel like this is the Lexer just completely falling apart. If P status does not fail equal... Like, if I tried that, what's the compiler error end up? Because I don't really want to understand this properly enough to fix it. I just want it to compile. Okay. Yeah, so we have raised about $400 today. And there's another 25 euro. Normally, this is the highest I've tried to do in a single fundraiser. By and large, the Planned Parenthood fundraisers were about $3,000 each per month. So I set a goal of $5,000, and I started this. I want to say it was the last week of November, maybe a bit later. Valid operands to binary, like, that doesn't make sense. Like, what is this garbage compiler error? If statement goes to fail. Make sure I'm on the right line. To binary. Process status does not equal execution success. Fail equal P status. Return fail. So this handles the propagation of status codes. P status does not equal execution success. But what's execution success defined as? Having really bad flashbacks to more things about Bash that I didn't want to remember. Matt Tremmy, thank you for the 50-pound donation. I feel like I read that one out before. So no, that's defined as a 0. So if that's defined as a 0, does not equal. So no, this entire section is irrelevant. I can just delete this. Because then if p status does not equal 0, the fail code gets set. Because that would equal to true. Yes, that's that. No, let me just try. Because you could have a negative return code, although that's very, you can have a negative return code. So if p status does not equal 0, both sides of this evaluation have to be int. Yeah, zero is the only case that's considered success. Both sides of the variable have to be evaluated to integer. It's the only way that code makes sense. I don't know why. GCC should not be effing that up, but that's what casts are for. Let's see if that works. Well, that gave me a different error. Incompatible types in assignment. So where's it doing the assignment? I guess this has to be an integer then. It's weird, but okay. It's probably a byte issue somewhere. I just don't know where. Alright, well, let's see what happens. P status is not a scalar. No, I mean, I get that you're right. I just... What the hell is wrong with this code? So, alright, let's... we're going to have to find what process is, unfortunately. In fact, I actually think I know where that's defined. Alright, so process. The process is a command as returned by wait. It's a union type. Okay, that was not what I was expecting there. I should have known that, but I was not expecting. What the hell is it? What is the actual return code then? If wait returns due to a stopped or terminated process, the process ID is returned to the calling process. Value of -1 sets the error. Return 0 if specified. No. Blah, blah, blah. So you can in fact treat it as, so you could treat it as int, but I don't know what version of wait it's using. Like, what version is it actually? Like, what? How is wait defined then? Yeah. Well, wait's a macro, but we got. I'm looking for where it is. Okay, so again, where is wait defined? So it's got to be in a different file. Well, that's useful. So you have wait 3, so that's where that gets defined. So if we, that's not what I want to do. I'm having. So the question is that a system header or not? So wait 3. Wait 3 returns an int. If that is in fact what we are using, I suspect it's actually trying to use a union. Yeah, so it is in fact wait free. So this actually should be an int. The macro is in fact wrong. It is an int. Because on certain systems it wouldn't be, but on this one it in fact is, and that breaks the macro. At least with this version of the compiler. Let me see what that does. Like, I was okay like 20 minutes ago, but suddenly I just had this huge wave of fatigue hit me. Well, no, the comment said that is the return code because that's what we're evaluating. I'm alright. I want to get a little bit farther because I want to see if we can get a bit more donations. Like, if we're less than 800 from the goal, but... Okay, so it definitely needs to be that macro. I just don't understand why that macro be what it be. Oh, hold on. I understand why the code's broken. Wait status, execution success. You need to be... this needs to be a wait. And then that should actually... And then you need... This part of it needs to actually be casted to int. That was actually correct. Because wait would be a union state. Let's see if that clears the build error. Mac Ayers, thank you for the $20 donation, bringing us to 4,300. We are going to make it. We are going to make it to 5K before the end of the year. And, you know, if I take a long break from charity streaming after that, because we're already past 10,000 raised for the year, which is a phenomenal success. Like, this is the first year where I've heavily done streaming. I definitely want to do more video work, but, again, progress. Well, we're only down to one error. Aggregate value used where an integer was expected. Aggregate value. Well, okay, yeah, so because it's a union type. Okay, hold on. P-value fail, so that's fine. Let me just remove that. What is the build failure now? Hello. Oh boy. Oh yeah. Well, it's 0. I'm just curious if what the failure is. I'm doing all right. I'm just a bit tired. It's been a, like, I didn't sleep very well last night, and invalid operands to binary. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's gonna have to be in. I don't know why it's compiling like that, but okay. Ooh. I mean, that makes sense. Plus, again, it's a very hacked up copy of GCC, and it's a very old copy of GCC. Like, I don't even know when 2.5 came out. Like, I know Debian 2.1, I think, shipped with 2.7, and that was 99. I don't remember offhand what SLS did. Aggregate value used where an integer was expected. So your raw job. Someone made a suggestion. W exit status. You know, I'm just going to try that. Now let's see what that does. Well, I changed fail to be fail because this code handle, that is a macro that's defined, so it's definitely doing something and knows how to handle it. I think that's in fact the fix, because it hasn't died out yet. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take that. I'm going to take that victory. Alright, I'm going to step away from keyboard for a moment. Yeah, I think that's going to solve it. We're going to have to wait quite a bit for the rest of Bash to recompile. And I'm going to close the window because it's cold. But you know what? I'm going to say that's a victory. Or something. See, what I'm trying to figure out, what I'm doing with these machines is I'm trying to figure out how to make very good interactive exhibits. I sort of want to put World Wide Web on this machine, but World Wide Web isn't that interesting in and of itself because there's nothing you can surf with it. And being a black and white machine, running Doom isn't all that good. If the printer works, that's not a horrible idea that I could put, like, something on there and people could print. I don't know if the pickup rollers are good. I mean, it's a 30-year-old printer. I've never tried to... I don't try and print as a matter of course. And so I'm going to stretch my legs while this compiles. I'll be back in a moment. You know, I just had this thought. Maybe it's not a good thought, but I'm going to grab the source. I want to see if we can get Bash to build, and then I want to grab the source code to World Wide Web and compile it. We're still trying. I mean, I'm still going to have to code stuff into Neofetch. I do need World Wide Web. Like, I want it on this system. So, you know what? I'm going to grab the source code to that while this compiles. I'm here. I'm just not looking at the machine directly. World Wide Web. You know, even if I just had the binary, it would be fine. Like, I don't actually need the browser. Okay, cool. It's actually right here on, it is actually right here on archive.org with the original. Like, I don't even need to compile it from source. I just need to grab it. Oh, sorry, I'm trying to get the files copied over while... yeah, that's still going. Alright, so World Wide Web is copying while this builds. Like I said, it's good to have this, if nothing else. It's also, you know, it is kind of cool seeing something this slow multitask, because you don't normally think of machines this slow doing it. So while that's going, hold on, bash, because I want a less bad environment. You know, because normally what would happen is, like, an organization would buy a NeXTstation. One person would use it interactively as the me user. Other people would actually get on the system. It would handle prints. That's why these systems never have good CRTs anymore, because they were being run 24/7. So yeah, so this is actually the later World Wide Web. This is Nexus. Like, I think this is the last version of it as a freestanding application. So if I go to our me folder, and that, wait for it to load. I probably should put OmniWeb on this. Yeah, there it is, the very first version of World Wide Web. I still need to give it some files to actually be able to navigate, but I mean, it's there. Which is really quite cool when you think about it. Okay, and that's compiling in the background. So yeah, so that is World Wide Web. I could try and load a page. Like, I don't know what I could even try. Like, what could possibly load? I could try NetHack. Wow, that shockingly is loading. That is actually impressive that nethack.org will actually load in World Wide Web. That is the first web browser doing something. I don't know if it would work without color. Was the source code even released for Doom Ed? Like, because if it was, if it was, I'll try it. Yeah, this is actually kind of neat. But look how much it's not support. Like, it doesn't support non-breaking spaces. I would say it's really cool seeing World Wide Web actually load something, even if it's. Oh, look, and there's the about. It just managed to open a new page. That is neat. It's not actually useful, but it is neat. And that is what counts. Because, I mean... Oh, okay, I guess it's not going to let me just move that file as is. I think there's something called Open Sesame. Let me see if I can remember how to use it. Like, that would let me, yeah, open as root. Oh, that was not what I wanted, because I want to be able to open the file dialog box as root. Unless I can just do this. I have my doubts. Like, if I open something as like a new folder, I just drag. I don't think it's going to let me do this. Yeah, I think I can put it in my personal apps folder like that. And I can even add it to the bar on the side. Like that, yeah. And then that puts that there. And now I can load that whenever I want it. Okay, so it's still building. The file system is, I believe it's Berkeley 4.2, but with modifications. It has a non-standard block size. NeXTSTEP uses 2048 sector bytes. It's about as screwy as it sounds. My leg is in fact cramping up. I don't think I'm going to last too much longer on air, but I will try. We're definitely not going to do the printer today, but we will definitely try the printer sooner rather than later. So I do want to look at some of the sample apps, because I've never loaded these up on real hardware. Like, we have this demo thing. CD player. Chess. Chess we checked out on a stream. Oh, Mandelbrot. On this system? Oh boy. You know what? That is reasonably fast. Considering it's still compiling in the background. You know, I could just use these as some demo apps. Like if I put that there. If someone can find the like yeah, I wish it could do color, but I also am kind of happy it doesn't, because this is the closest I'll ever get to owning a NeXTcube. This is physically the same hardware as the NeXTcube, except it doesn't have the CDMO drive, and it had a smaller a smaller hard drive. Like, I could use this system to explore NeXTStep 0.8 and 0.9, which were the very first versions. I do want to do that as a stream once, now that we have the system a little bit more set up. Because I want to see, because what I have discovered with previous is it runs faster than it should. Like, I know what this machine runs at, and I know what previous runs at. NeXTStep is incredibly awesome as a user environment. It's just incredibly shit as a Unix. Like, if you don't treat it as a Unix, it's a really awesome time all around. Like, Lotus Improv was probably one of the first killer apps for it. There was a lot of desktop publishing. I very much want to see if we can get that printer to work. It's not going to be a today thing, but I am going to try. Because, you know, then we have something that can print stuff. It'd be good. It'd be good. You know, I'm just going to look. I'm curious how many subscribers we have lost today. You know, it's not bad. We've only lost, what, 10? Yeah, we've only lost about 10. Compared to when I watched that number lose 300 or so over... the amount of people that unsubscribed over the Pride flag was something else. Like, I've never seen that graph be a negative line going down for something that is surprising, that I didn't think was uncontroversial, but... Petro, this isn't 33 megahertz. This is 25 megahertz. The one thing I have noticed is the algorithm has not been my friend. My average viewership from stream to stream is going down. It's going down much slower than the subscriber count, but it is a little bit concerning. I think that's partially because YouTube is penalizing me because I'm not monetizing these streams. So after Christmas, either when we hit the goal or New Year's, I'm going to go back to monetizing my streams. I don't feel right monetizing a charity stream. Yeah. Well, I do know that when on Twitch, having just 10 concurrent viewers puts you in the top 1% of the platform. I don't know. I know on Mixer that was actually true as well, but that was very early in Mixer. Like, that was when it was still Beam. I'm right now at 106 concurrent. I mean, I've topped out. I don't know if I've actually broken 300. I know I've gone over 200. The Linux streams actually tend to be my most successful, but I find Linux immensely boring to work on. Like, I'll do it for the sake of doing it, but I don't enjoy it because I did it as my day in, day out for so many years. It's like, it's literally the definition of a busman's holiday for me. I mean, timing definitely does play parts in it. YouTube, I mean, so last week was not this week was bad. Last week was worse. Last week was so bad I couldn't even think of a good stream idea. So I just sat at the desktop at 9 p.m. and I loaded up NetHack and I played for 8 hours nonstop. And you know, I needed that. I do want to mix a little bit more not so much vintage computing, but a little bit more variety in, because these do take a lot of effort out of me. Like playing NetHack for a stream was really enjoyable for me. What I probably will do is I will do those streams and then I will unlist the VODs. I'll make them available in a playlist so people can find them, but I'll probably just have like these chillax flash streams that if you catch them, that you catch them. If not, you're not. Yeah. So I didn't know that John Sterling was non-binary. What happened? Like, I haven't, you know, there's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Yeah. So I actually have driven all the way from Prudhoe Bay to the Tropic of Cancer, which is about, I don't want to say halfway, but it's probably a good third from the Texas border all the way south. One of my life goals is to go all the way from Prudhoe Bay to Tierra del Fuego. Yeah. No, the people that watch video, the funny thing is, while I stream frequently, I don't actually watch streams. Like, it's very rare. Like, if I see Action Retro or Sean or Mac84 streaming, I'll drop in for a little bit. But by and large, I don't generally watch streams all that much. I am just going to put these demo apps here because, you know, they do give me, if nothing else, they do give me something I can give the system. Because all I got to do is remove the me user password, and then you can just log in. Yeah, because the big thing with the UI here is this is what's known as the shelf. Someone did mention this. I should bring it up. If you do open the Mail app, you know, NeXTstations are not. This is not a fast machine, but you know, compared to what Windows was like in the era, like this was a Rolls Royce, because this would have been competing against Windows 3.0. Granted, it literally was probably 5 times the cost, but this is the Rolls Royce compared to a Wintel PC of the era. Even though the Wintel PC 1990, most consumers would have had a 286, I would say. Like the 8088 was on its way out at that point. Well, I mean, that's kind of the point, is like, here's what it boils down to, is people take content creators for granted. I've done VTubing. I do actually want to bring Akka out again. I just, getting Anochi 2D set up to get the tracker going is effort, a lot of effort actually, because I've had problems with the tracker more than once. But Ashilina and quite a few other developers that I know have basically had people trying to dox them. Like, I know that is a huge problem for VTubers who, they basically want to VTube because they don't want to appear as themselves, and the internet takes a grudge with that, and I find it disgusting. It's why I did it, to basically say F you to the people that would try and dox content creators. It's really the take for granted notion. Like, that still pisses me off, even though I'm not VTubing at the moment. I think the last stream of the year I will do is, I want to do Windows 98 from floppy disks again. but I want to do it on the 486. That was actually the original plan for that stream. I just didn't want to get the 486 out. It was a little bit too much effort. So I do like the idea of 98 on the Curse, and then maybe we'll even try and upgrade it to me. Like, we had fun with that stream. Like, we really did. Like, you know, I know what the money for things like Trevor Project is, and I know how low it is. It's why I feel the need to do it. And there are other organizations I've looked at doing fundraising for, but, you know, fundraising for a preservation thing versus fundraising for people's lives, it's really not a contest in my book. I would probably just do charity streaming 24/7 if it wasn't for the fact that I really want to become self-sufficient again. It's gone a lot better. Like, I've managed to earn actual money. I've managed to do actual work again. Like, had December not, like, I was job hunting in November. Like, I was job hunting quite seriously in November. As it came out, one of the places I interviewed at basically took objection to the fact that I was a YouTuber and asked me flat out how much I earned, and I refused to answer. I sent them a 2-page email about it because that was a drastically inappropriate question. Asking someone how much someone earns at their current job on the interview, it's like, what the hell? And I am happy because what I learned about that place after I turned out, after I basically told them F you, I dodged a bullet on that one. It's not legal, but it's common. Like, it is legitimately common because there's no way to enforce it. I didn't record the call. I live in a one-party consent state, but it never occurred to me to even record the interview. And even if I did, what the hell happens? You know, in small companies, you know, enforcement is very rare in these sorts of things. Even if I report it, it's still not going to get me the job, so most people don't. No, Saturday morning villain cartoons exist everywhere. You just don't notice them because they, by and large, stay in their own little bubbles. Like, you don't have to look hard to find evil in the world. Like, it's there. It's just people tend to tune it out. Like, you know, I know someone who ends up homeless on the street, by and large, is going to go from point to point, trying to stay alive until they no longer can. No one ends up on the street because they have choices. And a lot of times they end up there because the only choices they do have is worse. Like, someone who is escaping domestic violence can easily end up on the street. And, like, you see, society trains you not to see it, even though it's there day to day. I know for a fact that if I didn't have some of the things that I have just due to family, I could have very well ended up there. Like, I don't let myself forget that. I see it every time I pass through the train station. I'm debating how much I want to say on this. I do know that there are some people who basically could get out of that situation and do choose to stay there. I have met people like that. When I was biking on the southern tier right before COVID really hit, I was about 50 miles between cities. It was one of the largest stretches, and I had pulled over, and someone just walks up to me, and it was someone who was basically had decided that they were going to walk the full length of Florida. And we talked for a while. He had been doing it for about 3 months, essentially living, you know, foot to mouth, trying to find answers. When I started my journey, I met someone, his YouTube channel is called Redeeming Eden. He told me that he had lived on the streets for about 7 years due to a drug problem, and he finally managed to get clean. And I've checked in on him, actually. He is still touring 4 years later, or 2 years after I met him, and I think he's on year 3 of his tours. He basically got a bicycle from his church group, borrowed a drill, put a bunch of buckets on it, and turned it into a touring bike, which is actually not dissimilar to what my first bike was like. I used actual panniers, but I used a converted hardtail, which is kind of your first touring bike. So, like, stereotypes exist for a reason, but there are people that are happy where they are. And, like, no one should be forced to be on the street. But for someone who is happy to live out of a backpack with no home, they shouldn't be penalized for that either, is, I guess, the point I'm trying to make here. And I really do hope this point is coming, like, as not tone deaf. Because I do see how easily it could come out. And I just realized that the system clock needs to be set. Like, hold on. What year does it think this system is in? I don't know why this... That might mean that the battery is dead. It shouldn't be. Or it may have drifted. What year does it think we're in? Like, if it says we're in 2020, then the clock has just drifted because it's been off for so long. Okay, that probably means that I have a dead battery, and that's also why it's constantly recompiling stuff. Alright, I will have to deal with that later. I will get the multimeter out, and I will check the battery. It's not a CR2232, it's a lithium cell. It's very similar to what's in the SE30, but it is a lithium cell. And I have checked it. It was okay a few months ago, so it must have just died recently. Actually, it is possible that the clock is just... You know what? I think it may have been okay in 2021. It is possible that we are just too far in the future. Because it's saying preposterous real time. It's not actually saying it's failed. I think we're near the end of this build process because it just built libsh. I'll have to check. You know, I will. Where's my multimeter? I'm going to write a note on my desktop to check that battery before the system goes on the shelf. Like, I don't know if I would ever forgive myself if I accidentally let the battery in the system leak. I know most people recommend you pull the batteries. I don't like doing that because on this system in particular, it's very similar to the Spark Station, how it just basically will lose all its settings and it makes it much harder to use. And I do use these systems often enough that a dead battery will get noticed. Like, I do check them all from time to time, like at least once a year, if nothing else. Like, I'm going to pull the Indy off, and why did that fail to build? Okay, 866. Where was it? What file? Well, or where was it in the build process when it failed to build? Like, it'd be really nice if it could tell you where the file was. Okay, let's scroll up. Okay, it looks like it was readline that it died in. It doesn't even tell me the function it died in. What line was it on? 866. Wow, that is a line of code. That is a very long line of code. Illegal external declaration missing semicolon after bracket. What? I really flipping hate these voodoo messages. So 866 missing semicolon after bracket. Oh, I see. Hold on. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I see what's going on here. Let's just dump... Yeah, we just dumped this function. We don't actually need it. And we just... Yeah, I'm alright. Unix might go up to 2032, but some things don't. I think it just restarted the whole build process. Like, my leg just cramped up something hard. Like, I think it just restarted this entire build. In fact, I'm almost certain it did, so hold on. Control-C. You know why it's having so many problems? The clock's in the past. So damn it. That's why it keeps getting stuck in that configure loop. I gotta set the clock. Oh, great. It doesn't actually... It's not letting me set it past the century mark. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No. Next step wasn't Y2K compliant. I just remember that. It is, in fact, it is not Y2K compliant at all. No wonder it is having a bit of, shall we say, indigestion. Let me see if I can set it for the system panel. The Y2K patch was issued for OpenStep. It wasn't issued for this machine. It's letting me put the clock into the future. So if we just, I don't know, do that. Now, I have to remember that if, the way I have to do is I have to touch every file so the time is set into the current, which would solve problems going forward. Like, that's not the first time I've gotten caught by that. Next step patch. Oh, you know what? If that's the case, we should install the patches. Oh, yep. I'm going to grab the patch. I didn't actually realize that was a thing. I should have realized it was a patch, but yeah, alright. That's fair. Grab that patch. Grab that patch. Alright. It didn't even occur to me to install patches. Wow, I'm actually out of it. Alright. The patches from my desktop are up, my system are uploading. Next time the build stops or something, we'll just install all the updates. Whew. And besides, these are actually some pretty big patch files, so they're going to take a few minutes to upload. I will say that FTP works much better on this machine than NFS does. So you know what? That's a good thing. That is, in fact, a good thing. I am, however, going to take my glasses off and just sit here for a bit. I don't know if we're going to finish Neofetch, but I do at least want to finish Bash. But like I said. And if you've been enjoying this content, please consider making a donation to Trevor Project using the link directly below the chat. If you want to support me directly, my link is in the description. The problem is that NFS is implemented as a mock server. I haven't entirely figured out why it is that bad. But I've had more than a few problems with NeXtStep's networking. Like, right now, it's uploading at about 150 kilobytes per second, which is about right for 10 megabit. But I've had NFS just completely fall apart before. I mean, we've gone all the way up. This is pretty much mid for one of my streams. Like, I've gone a lot higher than this. Like, I think we got up to about 130, 140 at one point with the... On this stream alone, it just happens as kind of a quiet weekend. Yeah. So yeah, so I guess we're just watching stuff compile today. It's been a very long day. Maybe, I think what I'll do is after we finish this stream, I'll probably order pizza and I'll probably pass out. Or, you know, I actually have a tin of Spam in the refrigerator. That very well might be lunch. In fact, that very well might be lunch. I'm not even kidding. Words hard. I do think we're actually going to get Neofetch tackled. I just have to figure out the specifics of it. I mean, how hard could it be? Oh man, what was that ominous thunder? Pineapple does not belong on a pizza. You know what? No, you know what? I'm gonna ask the chat here. I'm just going to. I want to discover. I want to know. I don't know if I actually want to know the answer to this one, but I'm going to ask the answer to this one. I do think. Well, hold on. Round Duck Kira, tomato is a fruit. If fruit does not belong on pizza, then we can't have tomatoes on a pizza. And tomatoes do belong on pizza. Wow, this election's more contested than the last presidential election. Wow, 52 votes. The chat is really making itself known. 50-50. It is perfectly balanced, as all things should be. No, well, you know what? I don't have problems with ham philosophically. I just think ham is disgusting. No. See, let's talk about some of the very interesting pizzas I've had around the world. Like, I've had falafel pizza. It's actually not as bad as it sounds. I've had tuna and salmon on pizza. I personally love anchovies on pizza, although very few places do it. Let me think here. What are other interesting pizza toppings? Like, halal pizza is a very big thing in the Middle East. I remember seeing that in Turkey. Yeah, like a proper like if you took a very good crust, like I would say a whole wheat crust would work better for this, but regular would work. Whole wheat crust, very thick sauce. Then you add say a combination of feta and mozzarella cheese. Then you add some anchovies, a little bit of smoked sausage, I think would go. Add some olive oil and some garlic. Mwah. That just sounds amazing. Actually, before we do this, I think we're going to take a... No, I will let this build finish, and then we will install updates. You know something? I will say that I really want to try clams on a pizza. I've never had the chance to do it, but it is a dish they have up in New Haven. Probably the only reason to ever go to New Haven. I still... 54% of you said pineapple belongs in pizza. For shame. For shame. I mean, I can tell you, you know, all right. So is this done? Yeah, those are done uploading. So now that those are done uploading, let's open a new terminal because I don't actually know how I install these, so I need to figure that out. I mean, it can't be as bad as install cluster, right? Like, nothing is as bad as install cluster, right? Right? Okay, so it looks like that's just a compressed patch file, so I guess we just extract it. I mean, we could install the update to OpenStep, but I think that's going to be a different day. Like, I'm actually pretty happy with what we've done here today. Well, I have to extract the package. So we're going to extract the package while that goes. Problem is I'm going to have to reboot and reset the clock. I think what happened is it sees preposterous time and date because Y2K stuff is missing and that's having problems. Like, I could, like, it's remembering its boot settings. It would be complaining a lot louder if it didn't. So, okay, so let me go to the me folder. And what you can do is you can do open sesame, open as root. Okay. I probably need to take a backup of this machine. Oh, I guess probably not. Yeah, okay, so you can install this. Well, I mean, a backup is good, but, like, aside from building Bash, we haven't really actually done much, although a build of Bash is probably not a bad thing to have. You know, steak and fried shrimp sounds really good. Not gonna lie, that actually sounds like really tasty. I should probably Control C this while I install updates. Yes, you can install. Do it. Alright, beginning installation. And while that begins installation, wow, I can't seem to... there we go. So that's installing the updated mock kernel. I mean, if we really wanted to go for stupid tricks, I could be convinced to upgrade through, like, as many versions of NeXTSTEP as I could. Like, starting with 0.8, 0.9, all the way... and just keep going, because I have other SCSI hard drives. I can just put one on the external and we could call it good. I actually kind of want to do that with Solaris first. Like, NeXTSTEP doesn't look visually all that different version to version, so I don't think it'd be a super interesting stream. But that is kind of why I do like live streaming when I get these machines out, because, like, there's very few people that have a NeXTstation, and most people who have one will never reinstall it. Like, I'm the exception to that rule, because these machines exist for research. Like, my entire collection is for research purposes, really, at this point. Like, that's how I described it when someone asked if I could help organize an event. And I pull a machine off my table because I'm trying to... off my shelf because I want to find answers to something, or I want to research something, because emulation can only take you so far. I mean, emulation's not bad, but if you want to have the authentic experience, like with the... God, that sounds nice. You know, it helps. How are we doing at time? So we're at the 5-hour, 15-minute mark. One of these days, maybe I'll even set up SendMail. I could definitely, you know, now I really want pizza, and I am happy because we are only $700 away from the goal. Like, we are so close to it that I know we're going to make it. I do want... I could think of a few other Oh, look! That has Z8... Did you... Are you kidding me? Are you in fact kidding me? Was that... There was ZSH! We didn't have to do the... We didn't have to do the bootstrapping thing! This is fine. That's going to get clipped. I know it. I know it. This is fine. I mean, I know I'm just kind of sitting here. I believe that's the pain of one's soul being pulled through their nose as they realize they've spent the last several hours of their life. I mean, it actually wasn't that much. I mean, getting Bash 1 built was actually not that bad. I might as well just install the developer patch since we're here. Which is probably going to give me a newer GCC, which means I'm probably going to have to make clean, which I don't really want to do, but screw it. Actually, I probably should reboot. I shouldn't do this consecutively. Yeah, let's reboot, and then I'll install the developer patch. Neofetch doesn't run under ZHS, unfortunately. But it would have stopped me from having to compile Bash 1. I wonder if we actually get a newer version of CC out of this. Oh yeah, and then I gotta turn the machine back on. I will say that I do very much appreciate... Well, like I said, while Next Step is not exactly an amazing Unix, I will say it's a very well... I do appreciate it on so many levels. Like, I do feel like some things were lost that to the transition to macOS 10 that should not have been lost. Yep, that was the system beep. But, I mean, if you run Solaris or Sun, it's, like, nowhere near this level of polish. Like, CDE is very much a phoning it in sort of experience. Compared to... That's a lot of it because Motif is a pile of crap. Like, there was a conversation on my Discord probably about a month ago where we sort of did a dramatic reading of the O'Reilly book for Motif. And I'm pretty sure Black Coffee Drinker suffered existential pain. Because I was reading the book. I wasn't... Okay, you know what? Now I remember the context. Because I was considering doing a Motif application. Because I wanted to do the progress flag thing. And I thought about doing it in Motif. And then I decided Windows 3.1 was less painful. Like, one of the big things that I do think was lost was services. Like, you see how I do Open Sesame on the left-hand bar, and in Steve Jobs' original demo that is shown, I know macOS 10 still has some support for it, but the idea was that services could integrate into all applications. So, like, if I had to highlight a text, I could then use a service to send it to another application. That's actually how the built-in dictionary works. I do know some of that still exists in the modern versions, but they are very much de-emphasized as compared to what they were. I do feel a lot of the networking aspects, such as NetInfo and such. I mean, I know Apple uses directory services these days, and really it's just, they don't even try and compete with Microsoft. They just have some integration with AD, but they don't exactly... I think we're gonna have to call the stream after we install updates. I'll install the developer update, and I think I am gonna call it. I'm actually starting to feel really sick. I don't want to be halfway through installing updates, so there's that. Like, I do wonder if Apple will actually sunset Objective-C. I can't see them doing it, but they might. Because Apple sunsetted a lot of things I didn't think they were going to sunset. That being said, the cost of supporting Objective-C is probably pretty minimal at this point as compared to what they've spent on Swift. Like, really, Objective-C is a very simple programming language. So, especially as compared to C++. I do want to try BOS. I do have opinions on why NeXTStep was the better choice over BOS. But I haven't used BOS enough to really be definitive about said opinions. That was my fault. There's got to be a lot of Objective-C code left in it. But, you know, Apple's also... I mean, I never thought Apple would end Carbon. Like, that surprised me when that happened. Like, I think there's still, like, a little bit of vestige of Carbon left. But I don't even think it made it to Apple Silicon. Yes, it did. Okay, so yeah, the system hasn't been unplugged. That's the thing. The system has had wall power this entire time, and some systems can keep their clock even with wall power. Yeah, that was my general thought, is that the main reason that NeXTStep was the better choice technologically was due to the C++ ABI issues, which has been the bane of Haiku's existence for the last... Like, they finally overcame it, but that was not a good place to be. Yeah. Well, from what I've seen of BOS, there's no reason why they couldn't have added multi-user. Like, the concept exists in the system because there is a permission system in BOS. It just isn't really meant for it. But it's not like trying to do multi-user DAWs, which has absolutely no concept of it. ZSH should be working now. I'm just going to wait for the developer patch to install, though. Oh, you're right. I did forget all Arch. I'm going to have to reinstall this. Okay. That's annoying, but okay. There's not a lot I can do about that. Well, we can read the log and watch the files go by. It did install a new GDB. It even installed an updated Emacs. I mean, credit where it's due. My feeling of Apple for the 90s was it was very much mediocre engineering with occasional moments of brilliance. Like, the PowerPC Motorola emulator is probably one of the most incredible pieces of engineering ever performed because of how well and how transparent it worked. But I can't say Apple's Copeland efforts were anything better. I do want to play with Copeland. Like, the only real authoritative information on Copeland is Paul. There's a channel called Paul's Old Crap. He did like an hour-long exploration of it, but and I saw a lot of really interesting things because he did have to have the debugger hooked up. But I talked with Paul at one point. Like, I think I sent him a message on Twitter, and he says, "Yeah, I'm not a programmer, but it looked interesting." It's like, I really would like to take a crack at Copeland. I have the machine. I just don't have something to run the debugger on. So, like, it is possible possible with better project management that actually, I don't need to select multiple architectures for this because these are cross compilers, not anything else. This is fine. Because I can look at the notes for the development match, though. But, yeah, that should be fine. Okay. What was I saying? I don't think Copeland, in and of itself, was necessarily doomed to fail. The problem was that Apple's management was very similar to what I saw within Canonical. From what the read-in accounts, is that middle management basically was making sure that their projects did not get cut, and upper management had no idea what they were doing, because Copeland was, what, the tail end of the Scully era? I mean, Jobs came back when Next was bought, so Copeland would have been, I want to say it was Scully. Yeah. So, I don't think Copeland in and of itself was a doomed effort. It was really because Apple management had no idea what they were doing. I mean, at the time, Apple was supporting classic macOS. System 7 was basically in a holding pattern for 10 plus years, if not more. The long-awaited PowerPC chip very much underwhelmed when it landed. I mean, basically, the 601 was not... It wasn't that it was a bad processor, it just was not competitive with the Pentiums of that time period. And while Apple closed the gap, they never really overtook it. As the NT-based, developers became more friendly with features like threading and, I don't know, shared libraries. Because Apple, you don't actually have shared libraries as you would understand them on classic macOS. You either have a code library that's loaded as an extension like Carbon, or you have the code fragment manager, which is... It is similar to how DLLs have DLL main, and can actually be run as their own independent process. Like, most people treat dynamic link libraries as shared libraries, but DLLs can actually be quite a bit more than that. Okay. Alright, so that patch is installed. So if I just want to see if I actually installed this wrong or not. So if I do this, okay, yeah, so I do need to actually click these boxes. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I've always had somewhat of a mixed feeling on how the New World Max was much more an effective standard than Chirp ever was. I think a lot of it is that IBM really didn't care about... IBM was very much in two minds about the power stuff, because a lot of the power stuff was developed to take on the Windows Intel monopoly. That is how the OS2 PowerPC thing came to be. And really, when IBM pulled the plug on the personal systems project, it basically left PowerPC and Chirp without a roadmap, because then all Chirp existed for was AIX and things that are not AIX running on IBM hardware. Apple Old World is not even prep. It's like a hack job. It really is just enough code to start Toolbox, and that's it, with the ability to be patched so Copeland support could be added later on. I mean, that's pretty much how if you've ever run Linux on an Old World Mac with Quirk, that's basically using the hooks that were created for Copeland in open firmware, and that's it. There's actually a very comprehensive document about this on openbsd.org. What else do I want to cover? I think this is not going to be a long stream. What are we at? 5 hours, 30 minutes? What I may do is we might do a flash stream tonight, because I don't know if I'm in the mood for NetHack. Like, I'm not feeling it really. But I do want to do like another... Maybe on Sunday we'll do a... not so much a gaming stream, but just a chillax sort of thing. Because I have shit on Silent News I've got to do, but that's database related, so... Maybe I will spend the time to Dockerize it. Like, I have to do that at some point. That may not be the worst thing to do, but I kind of just want to do something, spending time for myself. I don't know, maybe I discover old school RuneScape, although I don't think I need that sort of time commitment in my life. Maybe I'll do a stream playing DDSS. Like, I've been in that world for two years, more than 2 years at that point, and I did a lot of that with my friend Blasek, who's on my Discord. And I am determined to see that through to the end. So maybe that will be the Sunday stream. If not the Sunday stream, maybe sometime this week. So here's the thing is, I used to play Dwarf Fortress extensively. I used to live stream Dwarf Fortress. I actually had a live stream VOD that I deleted off the channel when I went for monetization, because I didn't know if I used copyrighted music. I didn't want to deal with it. I really didn't. I a little bit regret deleting it now, but not enough that I would go back and make a different decision. I used to do some very cursed things in Dwarf Fortress, and my general opinion is the game got too complex for its own good. Like, the stress system... I know Toady has fixed a lot of bugs, but the stress system never doesn't work very well. And, well, it's gotten better because of the new UI. I'm not sure how well it would work. The biggest problem is that Dwarf Fortress is very geared for like a fort that lasts 3 to 4 years and then fails catastrophically. And then, kind of like RimWorld, once you've got your foothold established, you really can't lose. And then all the problems that Dwarf Fortress has in terms of performance with longer lasting forts kind of comes to it. I mean, I forgot what his name, Kurgsmash, something like that. Like, Kurgsmash has had quite a few 5 to 6 year forts, and by and large, you can see what I mean by that. Like, most of his forts really only come to an end because he does something that he knows is likely going to end the fort. And, I mean, the whole slogan is losing is fun, but I don't know. It's like, I don't enjoy having, you know, losing a fort due to the fact that I can't get a dwarf to pull a lever in time, even when I do a high priority. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy the Steam version and we'll try it. That's about the most I'll say. Kurgsmash. That's what I was thinking. Well, I learned many ways to drain a flooded fort, because one of the things I did is I did a reclaim of Fail Cannon on Bay 12. Like, I got pretty far into it, and what had happened was the last overseers of that fortress flooded the whole place. So what I had to do is I had to sink an entire shaft down to the bottom layer of the fort, which was like, I think it was directly above the magma sea. And what I did was I ran a pump stack there to drain it. Because Water and Dwarf Fortress doesn't behave like reality, but it does follow consistent rules. So as soon as I popped the hole, pressure from the top of the fort caused all the water to dump into the caverns, and then I just had to drain out 1 or 2 Z levels. I mean, we could do multiplayer. It's not so much multiplayer games. It's like the way we used to do it on Bay 12 is I used to do succession games where you'd play for a year and then you pass this, and then you would role play. Like I really got into it at times. Like my last major Dweller Fortress phase, I had a little incident with a dragon, and there was a fire, and then I did another fort called Throwback Fortress that has the quote is, "How the devil does setting half the fort on fire have a lower death toll?" After what happened during my turn, because you know, when the meadow's on fire and the dwarves don't have a preservation instinct, you end up with a lot of fire. So I had to build a device that flooded the fort. The fortress had been flooded earlier, and someone had fixed the design flaw so it didn't flood. So I unfixed it to flood the fortress to put the fire out. And then I had to use the original machine to then clean up the flood. There was a cyclical pattern about this. I am starting to lose my ability to coherently speak because I am that tired. Yeah, pretty much. Well, we were playing on the same version as Boat Murdered. It was the 23A flat version, and it was fun. I really had a good time of it. I believe we went from a fortress high at the beginning of my turn of 163 dwarves to 3. I think I incinerated my avatar 3 times. Like, there was an accident. But, you know, what I will tell you is that when you've played with ASCII tiles for a while, you don't really see the characters. You just see dwarf, grass, cow, demon about to end the dwarf. Kind of like the Matrix. I am going to update the title of this stream because I don't think we're going to get Neofetch today, but I had fun. You know, I'll just leave it as is because I do say possibly Neofetch. Maybe we'll just take another go at it tomorrow. Like, I kind of do want to see that through to the end. It's just effort. I did have Diet Coke. It's just I've had a lot of caffeine today because I made a promise to myself that I was going to see this 5K happen, and by having the goal and knowing that I'm not going to fail it, or not fail for lack of effort, it does add a lot of serenity to my life. Like, I was actually quite upset that I missed. I've streamed every weekend in December except the 7th. And I was planning on streaming on the 7th, but there was such a fucking clusterfuck, again related to why I've had almost no free time, that put me so far out of the mood that I basically just laid in my room and waited for it to get better. I mean, the fact of the matter is we could get Neofetch going, but I still have to code the support in. Like, I literally have to code that in. It's like, it's not just I compile bash and we're done. It's we compile bash and then I have to code the support into Neofetch because Neofetch doesn't support targets this old. Anonymous, thank you for the $20 donation. That's our first one in a while. We're on a hot streak here. Like, we are, I think, I'm not sure if I'm going to do a Christmas Day stream. I might. Normally, I do Christmas Eve with my mother, but I don't know if that's going to happen this year. So, once I would probably make... What would be a good Christmas Day stream? Like, and does anyone have good ideas? Like, I honestly don't enjoy the holidays. I really don't. I have had too many bad family experiences. Is why I don't spend time with them. With, like I said, for the most part. So what could we do for the holidays that would be fun? I guess I could consider doing the bread stream. Like, I did promise I was going to do it. I do intend to see that through. I just have to do it. Well, alright, so I'll credit that probably. AV Fusion, thank you for the $20 donation. Yeah, I just don't know what I would do, because I would want to do something festive. I just don't know what. Like, I gotta be honest, half the times I just pull a machine off my shelf and then I don't have the idea until I'm making the thumbnail. But for something like for the end of the year holidays, like I last year we did the first Chillax stream, which was basically just me repairing hardware, which I had never done prior to that point. It had always been OBS up until that point. I'm gonna reboot. Man, the problem is, like, I have almost no free time. Like, I'm expecting to be busy throughout the next 2 weeks. Like, I'm busy all the way through the end of the year. Like, I have very little time. I gotta tell you, it's really weird hearing this machine turn on and off and not hearing the grind of the voice coil. I just had an appropriately cursed idea, but I don't know if I want to voice it. Like, I'm debating my life decisions with this idea. It would probably be involved, like, if I could get HP Unix hardware, which I wouldn't be able to get in time, I would do that for end of the year, but I almost want to try doing Diskless 95 with the token ring. Like, I've wanted to do a video on it, but I know for a fact that I'm not going to. At least not anytime soon. If I do one, it would be a real-time video. So that might be a decent one. No, actually, hold on. I think for Christmas we're going to do the Cursed 486. Diskless 95 might be the end of the year if I can make the time to do it. It is possible to run Windows 95 with absolutely no hard drive. It was the last. It's only supported on the RTM release, but I actually have the book. Hold on, I will get this. I actually bought off eBay. Hold on. The Windows 95 resource kit, which if I pull it open to the right chapter, I don't remember. Like, I'd have to look for it. It's somewhere here in the MS Batch posts. There is an entire section in this book about running Windows 95 without a hard drive. Here, you know what? I'll just look here in the manual. 95 on Microsoft Networks. Here, let me put the camera in a way that we can look at this together. Like, this is a decent way to end the stream because I do think this is going to be the end point. I'm gone. But I do like, like, we could do dramatic readings as a stream. Like, I will read from you from the book of NetWare. Let me increase the contrast just so you can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. Windows 95 networking. Hold on. That is not what I was trying to do. I think we're going to do a dramatic reading of a chapter. I've never done a dramatic reading. Well, I have, but not like this. Windows 95 networking, the basics. The Windows 95 operating system includes built-in networking support with a wide variety of improvements over earlier versions of Windows. This includes built-in support for popular networks, plus an open, extensible networking architectures. For supported networks other than Microsoft networking, the computer must have already had the networking software installed from another vendor. Windows 95 setup only adds the clients or protocols required to work with Windows 95. The following networks are supported. Artisoft Lantastic version 5.0 or greater. Banyan Vines version 5.52 or greater. DEC Pathworks installed as a protocol. Microsoft Networking, Microsoft LAN Manager, Windows for Workgroups 3.x, and Windows NT. Novell NetWare version 3.11 and greater. And finally, Sunsoft PCI NFS version 5.0 or greater. The built-in network components include, I will note to here the distinct lack of OS2. And also, most of these are NetBIOS. The built-in networking components support a wide range, include support for a wide range of network transports, such as TCP/IP and IPX SFX. Industry-wide communication protocols, such as RPC, NetBIOS, and named pipes, and existing network device standards, such as NDIS and ODI. I hate that I actually know what like all of this is. Are we really going to... Okay, are we really going to do a dramatic reading? Like, let me... Oh, look! Look, the registration card. I forgot that's in here. The registration card's still in this book. Installing additional fonts. Oh, we could... I think we found our stream. In Windows 95, fonts can be installed... Fonts can be installed in your computer in several ways. Windows 95 installs TrueType fonts and its screen fonts during the setup when you install a printer. But why would you ever do so? And other options in the printer setup dialog box. Windows 95 includes information about font cartridges or built-in fonts for your printer. Install more TrueType fonts from disks. After you install TrueType fonts, you need not use the font option in the control panel to install them again. Install soft fonts from other vendors using the utility supplied by the vendor. Then you use the font option in the control panel to install the font. Or you just install a font cartridge in your printer. Like, I feel like this is such a stupid idea that I want to do it. Like, dramatically You know what? Maybe that's what we'll do. It will be the holiday of reading the resource book. Like, who doesn't want to know about the client for NetWare network architecture? Holy shit, I'm going to lose my voice doing this. Like, I will actually lose my voice doing this, but I kind of like this stupid idea that I think I was raised in a fairly religious family. Like, I remember hearing the Bible stories in a dramatic voice. So instead of doing that, we are going to do. Oh, this is interesting. Wait, is this talking about? What's it talking about? Oh, it's talking about setting up a network adapter. Let's not talk about networking. Okay, apparently networking is a very large part of this book. System policy templates. Like, I almost could see a fascinating read where I just pull manuals off my bookshelf. Yes. Like, I could almost see myself doing for every $100 raised, I read for another hour. Although I feel like I should not do this as a fundraiser, but just take it as a donation for myself. Like, if I'm going to, because I got a lot of things I can read. There's a few other things I can cover as well. Oh, hold on. Let me go grab another book. NetWare for Dummies, 2nd edition. The fun and easy way to learn about NetWare 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and personal NetWare. A reference for the rest of us. Alright, let me make sure it's put in the right place. What's on the menu? Hold on. What's on the menu? Do you have several users of various kinds of local DAWs-based menuing programs such as AutoMenu or MenuWorks? If so, here's a convenient way to restart the local menu from your network menu for all those users, regardless of which particular local menu. Holy crap, this is not a well-edited sentence. That is not a good edited sentence. Actually, I don't think I've ever looked at the content. All these books have cartoons in them. I want to see if there's any NetWare specific ones. Yes, there are, in fact, one or two. Oh, you know what? I did want to try the NetWare client. Hold on. I actually have a NetWare VM. Okay, Novell NetWare is starting up. Let it be known that Novell NetWare is in fact starting up. I feel like this is a pretty solid place to end it. I just want to see if it even sees it, because I'm not certain if it will or will not. I've never tried. That was not the button I wanted to push. So NetWare Manager. Okay, let's enable NetWare. That feels like a dangerous thing to put. Why does it have a server option? Like, okay, so NetWare is not running, so we need to reboot the system. Why am I doing this to myself? That is the best quote. Godspeed, little pizza box. I love that. That is quite possibly. Apparently, we're apparently taking the next step into the networking future. So the question is, what is more cursed, NetInfo or Bindery? Look, NJ Roadfan, it was there to support to fill a dialog box. It wasn't there because it was actually good to use. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? Because we just enabled we're doing IPX on Unix. How bad could it be? I've got Banyan Vines. I've never actually successfully installed it on real hardware. There's been an ongoing restoration effort on the Discord. There's even a wiki page about it that's like everything you need to know that it should be doable. Suzarin, the fact of the matter is Yellow Pages is still better than LDAP. And I will die on that hill. Like, I'm just curious if we can successfully mount files. Yeah, I do think we've peaked on the stream because we are starting to lose viewers, but I figure at this point I want to try the NetWare thing. That feels like a very good stopping point. But I do very much need to get this video out before the end of the year, just for my own sanity, if nothing else. Okay. Suzu Haran. Suzu Haran. Am I saying it correctly now? Suzu Haran. Suzu Rahan, like that. Hey, look, it actually sees my NetWare server, Odyssey 2. Actually, I'm gonna log in as myself. I think I remember my password. Like, I don't actually know if I remember. No, apparently that was my password. So if I want to, there's printers. Okay, so now that I've authenticated to NetWare, now what can I do with that? If I click Net, oh, NetWare. This is a little bit cursed because NetWare is working better than NFS does on this system. And that means if I was to make a NetWare server out of a Linux box, I would have a very good file sharing solution for this. Like if I go to data, there's my like these are the projects I've done. Like this is working really well. Like there's Lotus 123, there's Gravis Ultrasound, there's Duke Nukem. Cool. Let's see here. Yeah, I actually do need to make a Linux-based IPX box. Like, I have to do that. I've heard horror stories about NetWare on top of Unix, but seeing it work is, like, just seeing it work is kind of cool. I have to wonder how many people actually use this. But that is neat. I don't have the Unix extensions installed, unfortunately, so it wouldn't work properly if I did anything but the most basics, but that is a really nice way to do file transfer. All right, I think on that note, I'm going to actually shut it down. Like, I think I am going to wrap it up. We just passed the 6-hour mark. I think that's a solid day of streaming. We are just short of $700 of reaching our goal. So wait for it to shut down. There it goes. Alright. And on that note, hold on. So, on that note, this has been your host, NCommander, wishing you all a pleasant day. See you when I see you. Bye-bye.